Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Angel of Justice? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Today was the day Izuku would discover his quirk. Mom, he exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. What quirk do you think I will get? Inko glanced at him while driving to the doctor's office. I don't know, honey. What quirk do you want? I want something I can use to be a hero and help people, Izuku replied, his bright smile lighting up the car. Kaken has such a cool quirk. I want one as strong as his. Inko smiled back as they pulled up to the doctor's office. Once inside, the doctor began speaking to them. All right, kid, I'm just going to take a bit of blood, okay? Izuku nodded, presenting his arm without flinching as the doctor drew his blood. It's okay, he assured. I want to be a hero and help people. This is nothing. The doctor smiled, impressed. Wow, you are a strong kid. After analyzing the blood, the doctor returned with a surprised expression. All right, I have the results, and it's surprising. Inko's worry was palpable. Is everything okay? Oh yes, everything is fine, the doctor reassured them. It's just that his quirk is amazing. It's called Holy Judge. Inko's eyes widened in surprise. What does it do? The doctor handed her a sheet of paper. As she read, her shock deepened. He can know what crimes someone has committed and why they committed them. He can see the crimes they committed and show them to someone else. He can tell when someone is lying and force them to tell the truth. He is also stronger, faster, and smarter than normal. Inko looked at the doctor, her voice trembling with disbelief. Is this true? Is this everything? Everything is correct on that paper, the doctor confirmed. But believe me, it could evolve under certain circumstances. We just don't know what those circumstances are. Thank you, doctor, for everything. We will be careful, Inko said, her heart swelling with pride and concern. Izuku was practically vibrating with excitement. I can definitely help people with this, he declared, his smile radiant. Later that day, he met his friend Katsuki Bakugo, whom he affectionately called Kaken. Izuku eagerly shared the news about his quirk, and while Katsuki thought it was cool, he insisted that he was still better. 6 years passed since Izuku had discovered his quirk, and a lot had changed. Just 2 days after the doctor's visit, he began to see lists of crimes whenever he looked at someone for too long. By focusing on one, he could understand the reasons behind their actions, and he soon realized that no one was purely innocent. He also developed the ability to tell when someone was lying. When he confided in his mother about this, she helped him understand the complexities of morality. Izuku, honey, you will learn that the world is not just black and white, good and bad, but more gray. Sometimes you have to be bad to do good. At first, Izuku was confused, but he began to grasp the concept, aided by his increasing intelligence. Inko, a freelance worker who helped in court with her quirk that forced people to tell the truth, understood all too well that people could be bad. 2 years later, at the age of 12, Izuku had saved enough money and started learning online. He found school easy and pursued whatever caught his interest, from martial arts to investing. By the end of 4 years, he had surpassed most high school curricula. One day, he approached his mother with a request. Mom, can you help me invest some of the money I've saved up into some businesses I've been looking into? Inko was surprised. Are you sure? It's a risky choice to invest. Yes, he insisted. I've been studying investing for a while now, and I'm sure this will be a good investment. As long as you are sure, Inko replied, albeit with some hesitation. 2 years later, at 12, Izuku's investments had paid off tremendously, and he found himself sitting on quite a fortune. He began working out and training in martial arts and swordsmanship. However, one day, everything changed. When he returned home, he noticed the door had been smashed in. Panic surged through him as he called for his mother. Mom, are you okay? He rushed through the house, searching for her. When he reached her room, he froze. There, in a pool of blood, lay his mother, with a note beside her that read, "This is what you get for working with the pigs." The words, snitch, were scrawled in blood on the wall. When the police arrived, They concluded that one of the people Inko had helped convict had sought revenge. Unfortunately, without proof, they could not arrest him. After the officers left, Izuku began to hyperventilate. He saw the crimes of the 3 officers who had responded: bribery, extortion, and assault. One had a record of SXL assault, while another had a history of abuse. Overwhelmed, he passed out. The following week, after mourning his mother, he received a message from the court about his inheritance. He had inherited his house and a substantial sum of money. As he contemplated his future, he thought, "I want to help people and bring those who have escaped justice to light. I will expose the injustices of the world and ensure that everyone faces the consequences of their actions." As he pondered this, he felt a strange sensation. His back hurt, and a splitting headache overwhelmed him. When he regained consciousness, he gasped in shock. "Why do I have wings?" The pain returned, and he realized, so that's what happened. My quirk evolved into the Angel of Justice. The condition for this evolution had been a massive longing to bring justice to those who had escaped it. With his new abilities, he could control and manipulate light and holy energy, take on the form of the Angel of Judgment and Justice, and fly. He could absolve people of their sins if he had a good reason for why they deserved a second chance. If successful, he would gain a power that could be used to help them. By looking into someone's eyes, he could make them experience all the pain they had inflicted on others, forcing them to repent. "I will do everything I can to help those who deserve it," he vowed. "But I know for a fact that some heroes are probably complete trash. If the cops are that bad, then if I become a hero, I cannot punish them. I must become a vigilante." With that resolve, he began his preparations. After a long rest, he started working and planning. His first priority was to train and adapt to moving with his wings, mastering his new strength, speed, and intelligence, and learning to manipulate light and holy energy. 2 weeks later, he felt he had a good grip on his new capabilities. He had worked out to the same level as before without overexerting himself and had completed his online high school classes. Now, he needed to sort out his living situation. His mother had thought ahead and included in her will that he would be emancipated upon her death, granting him legal freedom. He sold his house and bought a plot of land in a forest with a cabin. As he looked back at his childhood home one last time, he whispered, "Sorry, Kakin, Auntie, Uncle, but I must do this." He left without a word. In his secluded new home, he began to practice controlling light. He learned several things. Light could be super hot. If not careful, he might temporarily blind himself, it could cause explosions, and it was extremely fast. He set up the cabin with everything he needed: water, power, and Wi-Fi, and started learning psychology and persuasion. Progress was slow, but he was steady. Finally, he decided to test out the holy energy. "I read that holy energy should heal wounds and encourage plant growth when present," he thought. "It can also be used to attack, but only against evil people, and the damage varies depending on how evil they are." As he opened his eyes, he saw the plants around him growing larger. But then he looked down and realized he was covered in vines. Well, shit. 3 years later, at 15, Izuku had made remarkable progress. He had expert-level control over light and commendable control over holy energy. He learned to create objects with light and heal with precision using holy energy. He had also gained a reputation as the vigilante Azrael, known for providing evidence of the crimes he exposed, either by showing memories or forcing confessions on video. However, he had garnered some haters for posting videos of him helping villains. One day, he encountered a new villain known as the Sludge Villain. After assessing the crimes on his list, Izuku decided to approach him instead of arresting him. "Hello there," he said, flying down silently. The Sludge Villain was startled. Oh, Azrael. Are you here to arrest me?" "I was going to, but after seeing why you committed your crimes, I want to offer help instead," Izuku replied, starting to record their interaction. "Wait, what do you mean by help?" the Sludge Villain asked, confused. Izuku chuckled. "It's funny, really. Everyone has seen the videos I posted, forcing people to tell the truth or showing their memories, but no one has ever asked what my quirk really is. I can see everything wrong someone has done and why they did it, and I can absolve people of their sins, giving them a blank slate and more luck." He continued, When I absolve someone's sins for a good reason, I gain a power that will help them. But if I try to absolve a truly evil person, I will be punished with a curse that lasts longer or is harsher depending on how terrible the person is. So, my offer is to help you. What do you say? WL, the sludge villain stammered. Izuku nodded. Take your time. 5 minutes later, the sludge villain spoke, tears in his eyes. Why offer to help me? I'm a villain. My quirk has always caused people to avoid and ridicule me, treating me less than human. Izuku's expression softened. I will only say this once, villain or not, you are still a human being. I believe that as long as you had a reason to become what you are today, you deserve to be helped. I don't care what your quirk is or if you even have one, you are still human. Society views people as their quirks, villainous, weak, strong, quirkless. What you are born with instantly affects your whole life. A strong quirk in the wrong hands is villainous, and a villainous quirk in good hands can be heroic. He continued, take my quirk, I could technically blackmail anyone with all their dirty secrets. I have learned that the world is rarely black or white, it's mostly shades of gray. So, I ask you again, do you want my help? The sludge villain, now in tears, replied, please, I just want to be seen as normal. Izuku smiled. Of course. He began to condense holy energy. Forgive, O Lord, the souls of all the faithful departed from all the chains of their sins, and by the aid of your grace, may they deserve to avoid the judgment of revenge and enjoy the blessedness of everlasting light. As light surrounded them, the sludge villain felt a sense of calm, and Izuku sensed a new power awakening within him. The power I gained to help you is quirk alteration, he explained. It can be used 3 times per person. I will alter your quirk to allow you to turn it on and off, change your slime's color to light purple, and enable you to transform just your limbs and parts of your body into slime. Is that okay? Please, I will be forever grateful, the sludge villain replied. Izuku chuckled. Okay, 1 second. I need to be ready to cover your new face so no one knows what you look like. Are you ready? Please, the sludge villain said, hopeful. As the sludge villain began to glow, Izuku turned to the camera. And this is why I am a vigilante instead of a hero. Society creates villains with their belief that certain quirks are evil. Goodbye for now. He turned off the camera. Do you want me to show you how you look? Izuku asked. The sludge villain looked at him, confused. Why are you calling me slime? Izuku handed him a mirror. I'm calling you slime because sludge seems insulting, and with the changes in your quirk, I advise using a different name for it. The sludge villain stared at his reflection, shocked. Thank you so much, Azrael. Really, thank you. It's fine, Izuku replied, handing him 20,000 yen. Use this as a little help with your new start. The sludge villain was speechless. This is one of the only times someone has shown me any kindness. Thank you. 2 days later, after Izuku uploaded the video of his interaction with the sludge villain, the news reported, as you can see from this video uploaded yesterday, the vigilante Azrael has revealed their quirk and views on society. While some people are vocal about their dislike of the vigilante, most view him in a good light. Izuku chuckled to himself. I could care less what people think about my views. I will keep helping people even if the world is against me. Besides making a name for himself, Izuku made significant progress in his studies. He earned MSDR's degrees in quirk science, therapy, engineering, biology, and analysis. He also made more profitable investments. The most significant event occurred when he met All Might and fought him, posting the encounter online. Half a year ago, Izuku, in his vigilante persona, had just finished dropping off some criminals at the police station when he was confronted by All Might. He immediately began recording their interaction. Stop, villain. Surrender, and no violence will come to you, All Might commanded. I am a vigilante, All Might, Izuku replied. I have always provided evidence of the crimes of the people I have attacked. Still, you have broken the law, so I must arrest you, All Might insisted. Izuku decided to look into All Might's crimes and was surprised by what he found. I must say, I'm impressed. You've done barely anything wrong. The main issue on your list is that you've forgotten where you came from. As someone who was believed to be quirkless, You have done nothing to help those people. All Might was taken aback. How do you know that, and what do you mean by helping them? I guess you haven't looked into me or my information, Izuku said. I can see all the wrongs a person has done and why they did them. When I say help the quirkless, I mean with how terribly they are treated. Most quirkless don't live past 25 and rarely make it to 20. They are often driven to suicide because of the abuse they receive and the unfair treatment they endure. All Might was horrified. That can't be right. You must be exaggerating. If not, why haven't I heard about this? Why has nobody else helped them? If you don't believe me, then look it up yourself, Izuku replied. No one told you because why would the number one hero care what happens to those people? People are defined by their quirks in today's society: villainous, weak, strong, quirkless. With a strong or heroic quirk, you can get away with a lot. A weak quirk is ignored or ridiculed. People with villainous quirks are treated as if they are already villains or villains in the making. Because of this unfair treatment, they often snap, becoming exactly what people expect them to be. Quirkless people are treated like they shouldn't exist or are a waste of oxygen. Izuku continued, now, the question isn't why has no one else helped them, but why haven't you tried to look into how quirkless people are treated when you were once one of them? All Might's eyes filled with tears. I guess you're right. I forgot where I started from. I will fix this mistake after this. Izuku smiled. I'm glad I could remind you of your starting point. So, are we still going to fight? Yes, thank you for reminding me. Unfortunately, if you are not willing to come on your own, I will have to apprehend you by force. Well then, come at me, number one. All Might burst into a sudden rush of speed, attempting to punch Izuku in the face. But Izuku created a barrier of light in front of him, blocking the punch and absorbing the shockwave. All Might was stunned that Izuku had blocked his punch so easily. That was 25%, and he blocked it easily, All Might thought. Why be a vigilante when you are so strong? Because the system is corrupt, Izuku replied. So many evils are swept under the rug just because someone has a strong quirk or a heroic family. It disgusts me. I will not be another fake figurehead for a corrupt system. I will not smile and wave at the masses while knowing people are being abused because of something they did not choose. Did you know that my holy energy only damages those who are evil or have done terrible things? So when I create my holy light weapons, they do more damage the worse a person is. At worst, it will feel like a pointed metal rod and a paintball gun. He created a holy light dagger and gun. All Might was shocked. I can't deny that some things are terrible today. If your weapons are that weak to good people, then we heroes can easily capture you. Izuku chuckled. No one is purely innocent, All Might. I can promise you that not all heroes deserve that title. Now, let's continue. This time, Izuku attacked first, rushing forward while flapping his wings for a speed boost. All Might attempted to intercept him with a punch but realized too late that Izuku was jumping over him. While above, Izuku shot him twice in each shoulder and quickly jabbed him twice with his dagger in specific pressure points, causing All Might to stop moving. Why can't I move? What did you do? All Might noticed the blood on his shoulders. How come you can make me bleed? I thought you could only damage bad people? Izuku chuckled. You can't move because I only attacked your pressure points. You will be stuck for 1 hour at most. The reason I could hurt you is that sometimes, to do good, you have to do a little bad. As I said, no one is purely innocent. He turned to the camera. As you have seen, I just defeated the number one hero. I will say this once, I don't care who you are. You should always be punished for what you've done. I will not harm him any more than I already have. He has not done anything evil. Now, goodbye for now. He turned off the camera drone. All Might, noticing the camera, asked, what are you going to do with that video? His voice was laced with worry. Oh, All Might, I have always recorded and posted my fights and interactions while working as a vigilante. You are no different. Why do you think I said thought to be quirkless instead of quirkless? Seeing All Might's shocked expression, Izuku continued, what is that face for? I told you my quirk shows me the wrongs you have committed and why. I said you forgot your roots, so it stands to reason, doesn't it? All Might sighed, realizing his mistake. I guess that was my fault for not thinking it through. Izuku offered, now I will do you a favor and heal that wound on your stomach before I call the cops and leave. He enveloped himself in light and holy energy. This is my angel of judgment form. One thing it can do is heal any injuries a person has if they are good. Now, here we go. All Might felt the light and holy energy surround him, and as it enveloped him, he noticed his breathing becoming easier and the pain in his stomach fading until it was gone. Thank you. Really, thank you, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Izuku chuckled. It is my honor to help someone who has done so much good. Now, I will call the cops and say goodbye for now, Yagi. 3 days later, the news reported, everyone has been talking about the vigilante Azrael and his latest video. His talk and fight with. Some people began to voice their agreement with the views on society, particularly those with mutant and villainous quirks. They started sharing their experiences online, and one of the prominent leaders in this movement sent a letter in response to our inquiry about his motives. In the letter, he wrote, I can't speak for everyone, but I believe that just as All Might was a symbol of heroism, Azrael is emerging as a symbol of justice. He is an impartial judge who will punish anyone who has done wrong, hero or villain, it doesn't matter. I am speaking out now because someone powerful is finally addressing these issues. Sometimes, all it takes is a little support to ignite a fire in those who have suffered for something beyond their control. They now have that support and are finally being heard. You cannot blame those who have been wronged for seeking justice. You can only blame those who have ignored the injustices until now. My quirk is a mutation deemed villainous. It's called Poison Beast. I can produce poison from my teeth and nails, and I have a scorpion tail and bat wings. I know what it feels like to be abused and hated for something I cannot control. I speak out now because people are actually listening, now that someone strong has appeared and is forcing you to pay attention. Goodbye. The news anchor concluded, that was insightful. Thank you for answering our letter. Now, viewers, what are your thoughts on this? Izuku smiled, feeling a sense of purpose. I am happy to be a beacon for those who have been wronged, to help them find the strength to speak out and demand change. As the flashback faded, Izuku returned to the present, his expression shifting to concern. Now I just have one problem. I have a wild Nizu snooping around, trying everything he can to gather information about me. Just after the fight with All Might, Izuku had recovered and was now in a meeting with Nizu and the other pro-heroes of UA, discussing the recent events and the video that had surfaced. Nizu began, so, we have all seen the video. Any thoughts or comments? Eraserhead spoke up, he is skilled, that much is clear. It takes a lot of knowledge and practice to use pressure points that effectively, especially that quickly and precisely. We know he has a solid understanding of biology and martial arts. Nizu nodded. You're right, and if his videos are anything to go by, he hasn't lied about his quirk. We know everything about it, but it's still dangerous, and his ideology will be challenging to align with. Present Mike questioned, why would we even try to get him to work with us? Midnight added, we know everything about his quirk. What is it then? Nizu replied, Mike, his quirk would be invaluable as a hero. He has a large following and significant influence. If we simply throw him in jail, assuming we can even catch him, there will be a massive backlash. Midnight interjected, yes, throughout his videos, he has discussed his quirk multiple times. All Might chimed in, from my time with him, I can say he didn't lie. At the very least, he has some hidden powers, but he can do what he claims. Midnight pressed, and that is? Nizu continued, oh yes, sorry. Based on his talks, videos, and All Might's account, he can control light, what he calls holy energy. He can discern when someone is lying, see all the crimes someone has committed and understand their motivations. He can also observe and display those crimes for others to see, heal wounds and injuries, and has 2 different forms, though only one has been verified. He can fly, obviously. Furthermore, in the video where he helped the sludge villain, he apparently can absolve people of their sins. If successful, he gains a power that can assist them. He acquired a power he calls quirk alteration, which can be used 3 times per person, effectively changing the sludge villain's quirk entirely. Lastly, he appears to be much faster and stronger than normal. All Might, hearing this for the first time, asked, "He helped a villain? In what way did he change his quirk?" Nizu explained, Azrael covered the villain's face in the video, but we could see his body. The changes he made are as follows. He can switch between human and slime form, change the color to light purple, and even alter just parts of his body to slime. According to the video, he helped the sludge villain after understanding his crimes and motivations. When the villain asked why he would help someone like him, Azrael responded, "I will only say this once. Villain or not, you are still a human being. I believe that as long as you had a reason to become what you are today, you deserve help. I don't care what your quirk is or if you even have one, you are still human. Today's society judges people based on their quirks, villainous, weak, strong, or quirkless. What you are born with instantly affects your entire life. I believe the person should matter more. A strong quirk in the wrong hands is villainous, and a villainous quirk in good hands can be heroic. Take my quirk, I can technically blackmail anyone with all their dirty secrets. I have learned that the world is rarely black or white, it's mostly shades of gray. So I ask you again, do you want my help?" The heroes fell into stunned silence. Eraserhead finally broke the quiet, saying, "He is not wrong. Society today places heavy importance on the type of quirk you have, rarely considering the person behind it." He coughed, "Endeavor?" Nizu, sensing the agreement among the heroes, asked, "Well, any thoughts on this vigilante and how we should proceed?" All Might shared, "They cut the video before it ended, but they actually healed my old injury perfectly and didn't harm me at all. After turning off the camera, they even called the police to my location since I couldn't move. I do not believe they are bad or truly dangerous to those who haven't committed crimes. If the sludge villain is any indication, perhaps they only target those who have committed crimes for selfish reasons." Nizu agreed. "I concur, All Might. It's great to hear you are healed, but that's just another reason to bring them onto our side. Their healing ability alone could save countless lives. Now, let's start planning and gathering more information about Azrael." Presently, Izuku had just finished his patrol and was on his way home when he spotted a child from above. As he drew closer, he could see she was injured, and her criminal record revealed only one charge, involuntary manslaughter. Essentially, she had accidentally killed someone. Watching the memory of the incident made him sad. It had occurred when her quirk awakened, and it was not her fault at all. He flew down and transformed back into his true form, hovering just above her. He took a good look at her. She was injured, dirty, scared, and crying. Anger boiled within him at whoever had done this to such a young child. Imagine the wires cut and lying on the ground around her. Speaking softly to avoid startling her further, he asked, "What happened to you, child? Why are you here, so injured?" Eri jumped, looking around before her gaze landed on Izuku. She was surprised. "An angel?" Izuku chuckled softly as he landed in front of her and crouched down. "Who hurt you so much? Was it your family?" Eri shook her head. "No, Mama didn't want me anymore. It was the Birdman. He is mean," she sobbed, clinging to Izuku. "I don't want to be put back together again. Please help." Horrified and enraged by her words, Izuku replied, "How about this? You let me heal you, and I will take you with me." Eri, both scared and hopeful, asked, "Really? Will it hurt? Will you hurt me?" Izuku reassured her, "Of course not, child. I would never hurt you. Now let's heal you." He condensed some holy energy around his hand, slowly stitching her wounds shut, taking care not to frighten her. When he finished, she had fallen asleep, still clinging to him. He picked her up and flew home, planning to ask her more after she had slept, eaten, and gotten cleaned up in some new clothes. Once home, Izuku gently placed Eri in his bed and settled down on the couch to sleep. Early the next morning, around 5 a.m., he was awakened by faint sounds of panic. He quickly got up to check on his little guest. Rushing to her side, he spoke softly, "Hey, it's okay. Everything is fine. Calm down, you are safe. Remember, it's me." He offered a calming smile to help soothe her. Eri looked up, confused. "Who? Oh, Mr. Angel?" Izuku chuckled. "That's right. You're in my home right now. Did you have a nightmare?" Eri nodded, looking down at her lap. Izuku sat on the bed and wrapped her in a hug, rubbing circles on her back to comfort her. Would you like me to stay here while you sleep, so you're not alone? After a moment of thought, Eri nodded against his chest. Izuku chuckled and lay down on the bed, stroking her hair gently. He noticed she had fallen asleep and soon followed her into slumber. When Izuku woke up at 8 a.m., he found Eri had climbed on top of him, which he found incredibly cute. "Child, it's time to get up," he said softly. Eri stirred, rubbing her face against his chest, which he found absolutely adorable. "Come on, I need to go make you some food, okay?" Eri hesitated, worried about asking for anything, but her rumbling stomach betrayed her. Izuku picked her up and carried her to the kitchen, placing her on a chair. He began making pancakes with apple slices. Once they were ready, he served them to her. While preparing the meal, he asked her name and shared his own so he wouldn't have to keep calling her child. Eri, surprised by the delicious smell, asked, "What is this?" She struggled to use the fork. "They're called pancakes, and the little red things are apple slices." "What do you normally eat?" he asked, taking the fork from her and feeding her himself. Eri exclaimed, "This is so good." Then she added, "Sorry, I normally am only ever given pills and water." Izuku felt disgusted at whoever had cared for her before. Izuku reassured Eri, "It's fine. You can be as loud as you want. Don't worry, you can enjoy more tasty things later. Let's just finish this and get you cleaned up. I've already ordered you some new clothes. They should be at the front door." Eri nodded hesitantly. After Izuku finished cleaning her up, he noticed her gaze was downcast. Concerned, he asked, "Eri, what's wrong? Why are you looking down?" With a tremor in her voice, Eri replied, Don't you think my scars are ugly?" Izuku's heart sank at her words. "Oh, Eri, scars are not something to be ashamed of. They are a sign that someone has suffered and, in turn, become stronger. When you look at your scars, don't think of them as ugly, think of them as symbols of your strength. The strongest people aren't necessarily the fastest or the smartest. They are those who have suffered but still keep moving forward. Do not be ashamed of your scars. They are proof that you survived and are still here." Eri, having endured terrible experiences, had matured quickly and understood his message. Still looking down and crying, she felt Izuku slide her head gently. "So, no, I do not find them ugly, and you shouldn't either, okay?" Eri nodded softly. After the bath and a change of clothes, Izuku handed her a cup of hot chocolate to help calm her down. "Can you tell me who did that to you and why?" he asked gently. "Will you take me back?" Eri asked, her voice trembling. "Of course not," Izuku replied firmly. "I want to get him in trouble for hurting a child like you so terribly." After a few shaky breaths, Eri opened up to him. She recounted everything, and Izuku made sure to record her testimony while obscuring her face and hair in the video. As she spoke, his anger grew. Her account revealed the horrors she had faced. She had been cut and stabbed, beaten, mentally abused, neglected, abandoned by her mother, and, worst of all, disassembled and reassembled, essentially killed over and over again. Once he stopped the recording, Izuku immediately hugged her, wanting to comfort the sobbing child in front of him and to quell his own rage. "It's all fine now. From now on, you are staying with me. No one will hurt you ever again." "But I am a curse," Eri whispered, tears streaming down her face. "No, you are not. You are a child who was hurt by a monster," he insisted. "But I made Papa disappear," she cried. "If you want, I can change your quirk," Izuku offered gently. "But I want you to know that was not your fault." "Yes, please," Eri replied, hope flickering in her eyes. "Okay, let's do it then." Izuku stood up and began to condense holy light around her. If he was going to change her quirk, he might as well absolve her of the guilt she carried. He recited a prayer, seeking forgiveness for all the souls who had suffered. As he gained the power known as Father's Blessing, he felt its effects. He could mark a child under 16 as family, allowing him to be notified if they were in danger or injured, and granting him the ability to teleport to them. The power would also provide a calming presence to children 12 and under, making them like and trust him. However, it came with a strong instinct to protect children in danger. Looking at the implications of this new power, Izuku felt a mix of sadness and determination. He realized that he only received powers that the person he absolved needed or wanted most. Eri had been abandoned because of her father's fate and had been alone ever since. What she needed most was a family. He placed his hand on her head and changed her quirk. The modifications meant that instead of activating with emotions, she would now have to consciously want it to turn on and off, like a SW. She would be able to use it on herself for a maximum of 10 hours, but after using it, she would need to wait 3 days to do so again. Finally, she could also make things older, but this would require double the energy compared to rewinding. As he moved his hand away, he explained, "That means you can't use your quirk by accident anymore, okay?" In that moment, something snapped within Eri. She lunged at him, clinging to his chest and crying, "Thank you," over and over again. After 10 minutes of sobbing, she finally fell asleep. Izuku pulled out his phone and began searching for information on the people who had hurt her. He was determined not to let them go unpunished, and he hoped their leader would start praying, for he would face a fate worse than most. 2 days later, Izuku had spent the time caring for Eri and investigating Overhaul, whom Eri referred to as Birdman. After putting her to bed, he stood just outside their base, having released 2 drones to follow and record everything. With a booming voice that echoed throughout the compound, he declared, "Judgment is coming for you disgusting people who would use an innocent child for your own benefit, subjecting her to endless suffering. I, Azrael, will show you what true suffering means. Prepare yourselves for judgment." As his words hung in the air, the Yakuza goons came pouring out of the building, but many froze when they saw Azrael outside. He began to glow as he spoke again, "Looking at your crimes, I see none of you are innocent. You shall face not just Azrael, but the angel of justice." With that, he unleashed his power. "Let the world know that what you should fear isn't a demon, but an angel's anger." Izuku then began to dismantle the goons. He decided that the best way to ensure they couldn't hurt anyone else was to alter their quirks. He used his power on each goon, rendering them quirkless. "Since your whole group's goal is to revert the world to a time before quirks, I think it only makes sense that you don't mind me deactivating your quirks, right?" Before they could respond, they were swept up in a curtain of light and trapped. Izuku then made his way inside, where he encountered one of Overhaul's strongest men, Rappa, whose quirk, Strong Arm, made him obsessed with fighting and only loyal to Overhaul because he respected strength. "I will warn you only once," Izuku said. "My weapons do more damage the more crimes you have committed. Be prepared. Bring it." "I ain't scared of some wannabe angel and his little toys," Rappa retorted, rushing at Izuku while spinning his arms to build momentum. He slammed both fists down, but Izuku merely blocked the attack with his sword, leaving a large indent in the ground without flinching. In an instant, he appeared behind Rappa and slashed his back, leaving a deep gash that made Rappa scream in pain. Izuku chuckled. "I never said it only did physical damage. The worse you are, the more it hurts mentally. It increases your pain reception and dulls your pain tolerance. It's meant to be a punishment. Now, I will just disable your quirk." Rappa was too focused on his agony to hear him. Soon after, he passed out. Izuku continued through the compound, encountering 3 more of the 8 bullets. Mimic, who could merge with objects, Hekijitangai, who could create energy shields, and Yuhojo, who could grow crystals on his body. They were simple to take down. Next, he faced another group of 3, Didoro Sakaki, whose quirk made others drunk, Toya Setsuno, who could steal anything his target possessed, and Soromitsu Tabe, who could bite, chew, and digest anything he touched. This fight was more interesting, as Izuku initially felt dizzy and confused, realizing it was one of their quirks. He quickly summoned his revolver and shot Didoro 4 times, incapacitating him before turning his attention to the others. The thief who tried to take his gun soon learned that holding a weapon made of pure light and holy energy was a bad idea, suffering burns in the process. Izuku dealt with Mr. Mouth by blasting him with light and then shot both remaining members in the shoulder and thigh before deactivating their quirks. Finally, he found the last 2 in front of Overhaul's room, Rikia Katsukame, whose quirk allowed him to absorb vitality, and Shin Nemoto, whose quirk forced victims to answer truthfully. Knowing the danger of Shin's ability, Izuku shot him in the thigh and shoulder before he could ask any questions. What the OF dash? If I'm going down, it's with a fight, Rikiya shouted, pulling out a syringe and stabbing it into his leg. As he injected himself, he began to shake and twitch, laughing maniacally. Rikiya felt a surge of power coursing through him, the effects of the trigger quirk enhancing drag amplifying his abilities. He no longer needed to make physical contact, simply being close enough was sufficient. Eager to test his newfound strength, he drew energy from Izuku and Shin, growing in size and might. Come at me if you can, Mr. Angel, Rikiya taunted, a confident grin on his face. Izuku, armed with a sword and a gun, shot back. Okay then, you overgrown flea. With a burst of determination, Rikiya charged at Izuku, still siphoning his energy. Just as Rikiya was about to strike, Izuku slid between his legs, deftly pinning Rikiya's feet in place with 2 daggers. As Rikiya struggled, Izuku fired bullets that struck him in the shoulder and thigh, inflicting pain he believed Rikiya should feel, given their equal rank. Quickly, Izuku deactivated both their quirks, leaving Rikiya vulnerable. Overhaul and Chronostasis, his right-hand man, were caught off guard. Izuku had already devised a plan to crush Overhaul's hopes of resistance. He kicked the door off its hinges and, before either villain could react, wrapped Overhaul in condensed light while shooting Chronostasis 3 times in both shoulders and thighs. He swiftly deactivated Chronostasis's quirk. What the hell, Chronostasis? So you're the BSTRD who invaded? Overhaul shouted, his voice laced with fury. You must also be the one who took my cure. If you mentioned hurting children, give her back. Izuku chuckled darkly. I don't think you understand your position right now, Overhaul. You can't demand anything. I've destroyed your group, taken down your strongest man, and captured you. You are in no position to make demands. I'm going to look through your memories, and then I will punish you with a power I haven't revealed to the world yet. As he spoke, Izuku began to show the camera Overhaul's memories. Drag dealing, extortion, the inhumane experiments he conducted on Eri, and the murders that followed. Each memory was a testament to Overhaul's cruelty, and by the end, Izuku was seething with rage. Overhaul's lack of remorse was infuriating, and Izuku felt justified in his punishment. Any hesitation I had for your punishment is gone, Izuku declared, turning to the camera. The power I haven't revealed yet allows me to make someone feel all the pain they have caused others, simply by staring into their eyes. This is just the beginning of your punishment. Overhaul, realizing the gravity of his situation, struggled against his restraints, but it was futile. Once Izuku locked eyes with him and activated his power, Overhaul could only scream as he relived every moment of pain he had inflicted on others. By the end of it, he looked hollow, utterly broken. Izuku wasn't finished. He turned back to the camera. As I've done before, I will deactivate his quirk, but as an extra precaution, I will alter it to make it worse. If he somehow manages to reactivate it, he won't be as dangerous. He proceeded to change Overhaul's quirk, announcing the modifications. He could only alter inorganic matter, and only objects the size of a tennis ball or less. Overhaul, upon hearing this, finally fainted from shock. You know, I've been looking after that little girl for the past 3 days, Izuku said, addressing the camera. I want nothing more than to kill this BSTRD, but that is not my place. I strive to be an impartial judge. If I acted on my own desires, I would be no better than him. This man is a monster. I will post everything online for everyone to see. I do not care who you are or how powerful you are. As soon as you touch a child, you lose all rights to be seen as a person. Think about that before you act. Villain or not, you should still act like a civilized human, not an animal. Do not stoop so low, or I will put you through what he went through. With that, Izuku dropped Overhaul on the floor and shot him in both thighs and shoulders. A leader should bear the brunt of the punishment for mistakes and crimes. It's only fair he suffers the most, especially when he committed most of the atrocities himself. Now, I will call the police, tell them what happened and leave. I have a child to take care of. Goodbye for now. He turned off the drones, called the police, and headed home. Once there, he edited all the videos he had recorded, from rescuing Eri to the raid and Overhaul's memories, and posted them online. Finally, he lay down next to a sleeping Eri. The next day, after Izuku had dismantled the Yakuza, the news buzzed with the story. Reports flooded in about the police responding to a call from the vigilante Azrael, who informed them of multiple people with bullet wounds and injuries at an old factory complex. 2 hours later, Azrael posted the first of several videos, starting with an image of a child, her face and hair obscured, clearly injured. The video transitioned to an interview with the child, who recounted her harrowing experience. It was heart-wrenching, and many who listened felt a surge of pure rage. Azrael confirmed the child's truthfulness, using his quirk to validate her words. Following this, he released footage of his raid on the Yakuza, revealing their production of drags and bullets that affected quirks, all using the little girl's blood and tissue. He made it clear that he drew the line at those who harm children. In a meeting with Nizu, the UA heroes, and All Might, Nizu asked for their thoughts on the new videos. All Might expressed his disgust at the suffering the child had endured, while Eraserhead noted that at least she was safe now, with Azrael taking care of her. Present Mike agreed that the Yakuza had received a fitting punishment, and Midnight found it interesting that Azrael had used his quirk alteration ability. Nizu pointed out that the background of Azrael's interview revealed he lived in a forested area, providing them with new leads to track him down. All Might suggested that the more Azrael posted, the more he seemed suited to be a hero, showing compassion and understanding for the villains instead of simply punishing them. As the conversation continued, Stain remarked on Azrael's heroism, while All for One dismissed him as merely strong, unaware of the true extent of his abilities. Meanwhile, Katsuki Bakugu felt a strange resemblance between Azrael and Izuku. Later that day, Izuku was preparing food for Eri when he heard her crying. Rushing to her room, he found her watching the news about Overhaul's condition, now quirkless and injured. When she saw him, she hugged him tightly, repeating her thanks over and over. "Eri, you don't need to thank me. He deserves it, and you deserve to be happy, okay?" Izuku reassured her. Still sobbing, Eri hugged him tighter. After a moment, he picked her up and brought her to the kitchen, sitting her at the table. "Dinner is ready. Since today is a special day, I made you something special," he announced. Eri's eyes lit up. "This looks and smells great. Can I really eat this?" "Of course, darling. Have as much as you want," he replied. After she finished her meal, Izuku asked, "Eri, do you want to be part of my family?" Tears welled in Eri's eyes. "Really? You want me to be part of your family?" "Yes," Izuku confirmed. "I have a power that allows me to mark you as my kid. If you are ever hurt or in danger, I will know and can teleport to you. So, would you like to be my daughter?" Eri didn't respond with words. Instead, she hugged him tightly, sobbing and nodding. Izuku embraced her, rubbing her back and rocking her gently until she calmed down. "Where do you want me to put the mark, sweetheart?" he asked. Eri pointed to just below her right shoulder on her arm. When the mark appeared, it glowed softly. "There you are, officially my daughter. Now, let's get you cleaned up and put to bed, okay?" Izuku said. "Okay, Papa," Eri replied with a smile. Days passed since Eri officially became Izuku's daughter. After returning from a routine patrol, he was about to turn off his drone when he heard Eri crying. He rushed to her room, forgetting the drone, which followed him inside. The light was off, so the camera couldn't capture her face, but it recorded her voice and silhouette. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Did you have another nightmare?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. Eri nodded. "I keep remembering when he would take me apart." "Oh, sweetie," Izuku said softly. "Nothing I say will make you forget what happened to you, but right now, you are safe, and I will always protect you, okay?" "Thanks, Papa," Eri replied, hugging him. "Can you sing for me?" "Sure. How about I sing and play you a song from that movie we watched, Peter Pan?" he suggested. "Yes, please, Papa," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Izuku stepped back and summoned a piano made of holy energy and light, ready to bring comfort to his daughter through music. He sang softly until he noticed Eri had fallen back to sleep. Silently, he left the room, only to be drawn to the drone he had set up earlier. After reviewing the footage and finding nothing of significance, he edited it down for his journey home. Posting the video, he thought little of it, believing it to be a harmless glimpse into Eri's life that others might appreciate. The next morning, Izuku was in the kitchen, cleaning dishes after preparing breakfast for himself and Eri. Suddenly, he heard Eri shouting from the living room. Confused, he rushed to see what was happening. On the television, the news anchor was discussing his latest video. The vigilante Azrael's newest video from last night has garnered significant attention. Initially, it features footage of a few crimes he thwarted. However, it takes a poignant turn when we see the vigilante at home, seemingly about to turn off the camera. Suddenly, the sound of a child crying draws him away. The camera, forgotten in the chaos, follows him into a dark room where a little girl is sobbing in bed. A heartfelt conversation unfolds between the vigilante and the child, who shares her nightmares of the past, reminding viewers of the horrors she has endured. She asks him to sing her a song, and we witness a touching moment as the vigilante summons a piano, playing and singing for her. After the song, he leaves the room, finally noticing the camera. Surprised, he remarks, "I'll check if it caught anything important. If not, I'll post it anyway. It's harmless, and people might want to know how she's doing after everything she's been through." The news anchor continued, "We have 3 things to say to you, Azrael. First, thank you for showing us that she is being well cared for. It's reassuring to know she is safe. Second, you have a lovely voice, and the song was appealing. Finally, I think I speak for many when I say we would love to hear more." Izuku turned off the TV and looked at Eri. "What do you think, dear? Should I sing more often and post it?" "Yes," Eri exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Sorry, I just love it when you sing." Izuku chuckled softly, pulling her into a gentle hug. "It's fine. I'll do anything you ask as long as it's safe for you." A day later, at 3 a.m., Izuku was on patrol when he witnessed something that filled him with disgust. A hero was attempting to force himself on a girl who looked around 15, about the same age he guessed Eri to be. Already recording, he rushed forward, grabbing the back of the hero's costume and throwing him against the opposite wall. "What do you think you're doing to this girl, you disgusting pig?" Izuku shouted. As the hero got to his feet, his identity became clear. "It's none of your business. Leave before this gets ugly," Captain Celebrity retorted. "I recognize you, Captain Celebrity," Izuku replied, his voice steady. "You moved here from America, but what's not well known is that you left after multiple scandals involving SXL assault claims." Captain Celebrity, known as the Playboy hero, looked visibly nervous. "You have no proof of that. They're just baseless rumors." Izuku stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. "My quirk allows me to see the wrong someone has done. I can say with certainty that those allegations are true. You have 12 counts of SXL assault, for involving girls under 12, 10 attempted assaults, 5 counts of assault, 2 counts of manslaughter, and 1 count of murder." Panic set in for Captain Celebrity as he shouted, "You have no proof. When I catch you, I'll show the camera all your memories of your crimes," Izuku said firmly. "You will be punished for everything you've done. No matter who you are or how powerful you think you are, you must face the consequences of your actions. You may be seen as a hero to some, but you're just a dirtbag that needs to be dealt with. Bring it on," Captain Celebrity sneered. "You'll learn my strength and why I was allowed to move here even with a lawsuit against me. All that matters is strength, money, and fame. With those, you can do anything without consequence." Izuku shook his head. "That's where you're wrong. When corruption runs rampant, people like me are born. When the system fails, some decide to take justice into their own hands. Now, prepare for judgment." Captain Celebrity charged forward, attempting to punch Izuku in the stomach. Izuku blocked the blow, grabbed his arm, and drove one of his light daggers through the hero's arm before kicking him backward against the wall. "And that proves you're a bad person," Izuku said coldly. "My dagger barely scratched you, yet it went straight through your arm. My weapons only hurt those who have done wrong." Captain Celebrity, desperate and enraged, declared, "That's it. I'll break both your arms and legs, then I'll violate that girl in front of you. After that, I'll make you take me to your house and do the same to that little girl you saved from the Yakuza." Izuku remained silent for 30 seconds, then created a revolver and shot him twice in the shoulders. Captain Celebrity attempted to use his telekinesis to block the bullets, but his power was too weak, and he was hit. Izuku then trapped him in a condensed light cocoon, similar to what he had done with Overhaul. Turning to the girl, he asked gently, "Are you okay, miss? I'm sorry you had to go through that. Do you need me to heal you?" He took a closer look at her. "Oh my God, why are you so injured? You look older than you should. Do you want me to heal you? What's your name?" "My name is Himiko Toga," she replied, her voice shaky. "I don't need to be healed. I'm fine and I don't want to be a bother." "Toga, you're not a bother," Izuku reassured her. "You shouldn't think of yourself that way." He proceeded to heal her, then pulled her into a comforting hug. "It's okay to cry, you know. No one would blame you, and holding in your emotions isn't healthy." Unbeknownst to Izuku, this was the first hug Toga had received since she was around 5 years old. Overwhelmed by everything that had happened, she began to sob into his chest. As he rocked her gently, he noticed how thin she was and asked, "Are you homeless? Your clothes are old." She nodded against him. He continued to comfort her until she fell asleep. Carefully, he crafted headphones and a mask to block her eyes and ears, then placed her on a temporary bed of light. Turning to the camera, he said, "Sorry, but the victim should always be the top priority. Nothing else matters until I know she is safe. Now, I will show you this scumbag's memories. I warn you, it will be disturbing and difficult to watch." He proceeded to reveal Captain Celebrity's memories, every act of SXL assault, abuse, and murder. Afterward, he declared, "Now I will change his quirk and make him look into my eyes to experience everything he has done, starting his path to repentance." The changes to Captain Celebrity's quirk were severe. Each time he used his telekinesis, it would painfully crush his GNTLS until he stopped. He could only lift a weight equivalent to a loaf of bread, and any attempt to strengthen himself would tear his muscles. After completing the changes, Izuku forced the hero to look into his eyes, making him relive the pain he had inflicted on others. Once that was done, he shot him in both thighs and kicked him hard before calling the police. He picked up the sleeping girl and headed home. The next morning, as Izuku prepared food, a sleepy and confused Toga wandered into the kitchen. "Where am I? Who are you?" she asked. "Good morning, Toga," Izuku replied with a smile. "You're at my home, and I'm the vigilante who helped you last night." Now fully awake, Toga asked, "Why did you bring me here? You could have just left me after making sure I was safe." "I don't want to be a burden." "Toga, you're not a burden," Izuku insisted. "You're a person who needed help. Now come here and eat some food while I go get my daughter from the living room, okay?" As he left the kitchen, Toga thought to herself, "Why is he being nice to me? He knows I'm homeless, and when he hears about my quirk, he'll see me as a villain too. What does he mean by daughter? He looks about my age." Izuku returned with Eri in his arms, explaining, "Sorry for leaving you alone. This is Eri, my adopted daughter." "Hello. It's nice to meet you." Eri beamed. "Hello, little one. It's nice to meet you too," Toga replied, her heart warming at the sight of the cheerful girl. After they ate, Izuku took Eri back into the living room and turned to Toga. "I want you to know you can stay here if you want. I don't want someone your age living on the streets, especially alone." "No, it's fine. Thanks for the food and for helping me." "I've bothered you enough," Toga said, shaking her head. "Can you at least tell me your story?" Izuku asked, secretly starting to record her words for evidence. Toga began to share her life story, detailing the abuse and neglect she had faced because of her quirk, which allowed her to transform into someone else and use their abilities if she trained enough. Unfortunately, she had never been able to train due to society's perception of her as evil. She needed blood to use her quirk, and without it, she experienced withdrawal-like symptoms. Abandoned by her parents, she had been left to fend for herself. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and Izuku comforted her, holding her close. They remained in that embrace for 10 minutes until she fell asleep. Gently, he carried her back to the bed where she had slept the night before. As he walked back to the living room, he spoke to the camera, unaware that Toga had woken up and was listening. "Again, this is why I hate today's society," he said, his voice heavy with emotion. In that room, I see a girl who has been abused and abandoned by everyone. But all society sees is her quirk, which I believe has immense potential. As I told the sludge villain, a strong quirk in bad hands can be evil, while a so-called villainous quirk in good hands can be heroic. I will always judge people by their actions, not by things they cannot control. Izuku continued, today's society creates villains with its flawed mindset. When you're told your whole life that you're a villain and punished for it, most people will eventually break and think, if everyone wants me to be a villain, then so be it. I'll become what you expect me to be. He shut off the camera and moved to his laptop, beginning to edit the video from the previous night and the one just recorded. Unbeknownst to him, his words had brought Toga to tears, and she began to trust him more, knowing he wouldn't abandon her because of her quirk, as her parents had. The next day, Izuku, Eri, and Toga were watching TV when breaking news interrupted their program. The vigilante Azrael has just released a couple of videos revealing disturbing information about a hero and the Hero Commission, the anchor announced. Viewer discretion is advised. What you are about to see is graphic and not suitable for children. Izuku quickly led Eri out of the room before returning to watch. The news showed the full video of his encounter with Captain Celebrity, detailing the fight, the revelation of his past crimes, and the heartfelt interaction with Toga. The anchor continued, my first question is why the Hero Commission allowed a foreign hero, suspected of multiple SXL assaults, to move here before proving his innocence or guilt. They seem to have swept it all under the rug. Another anchor added, with Azrael showing his memories, we now have proof of all the past crimes he was accused of, as well as multiple new ones committed in this country. He even stated that with enough money, power, and fame, one can get away with anything. It makes you wonder how many more heroes like him are out there. The news transitioned to Toga's story, where she shared her experiences of abuse and neglect due to her quirk. After Azrael comforted her and put her to bed, the segment ended with his message about why he chose to be a vigilante and his disagreement with society. One anchor reflected, I've never considered why some villains become what they are, but after hearing Azrael's thoughts, I believe we do force some people down that path. If someone is beaten every day and told they are evil, at some point they might just say, screw it. If I'm already treated as evil, I may as well become what everyone expects me to be. Izuku turned off the news and noticed Toga was crying. He approached her, concern etched on his face. What's got you upset? I'm sorry if you didn't want me to post that online, but I want the world to see that it's wrong. Toga shook her head. I'm not upset. It's just shocking to see my story on the news. It's nice to see them actually thinking about it. I've thought about becoming a villain many times. And that's completely understandable, Izuku replied. Now, I have a question for you. One of my powers is called quirk alteration, which lets me change a quirk, but only 3 times per person. Would you like me to help you with yours? Toga was taken aback by his offer, shocked not only by his willingness to help but also by his calm reaction to her admission of contemplating villainy. Why do you still offer to help me? Even my own parents abandoned me. Why burden yourself with someone like me? Izuku pulled her into a comforting hug. You sound just like Eri when I first found her. I've told her and you the same thing. You are not a burden. You both deserve to be happy and to live your lives without hate for something that is not your fault. After a few minutes, he pulled back slightly and asked, how about I sing you a song I wrote with you and Eri in mind? Really? What do you mean I sound like Eri? Toga asked, intrigued. Izuku proceeded to tell her about Eri's past and their interactions, sharing how he had found her. By the end of his story, Toga was in tears, shocked by what the little girl had endured. I'd love to hear the song, she said, her voice filled with emotion. With that, Izuku began to sing, pouring his heart into the melody, hoping to bring comfort and healing to Toga, just as he had done for Eri. Once Izuku finished speaking, he noticed that Toga was shocked and crying. He gently reassured her, saying, like I told Eri, I believe that the strongest and bravest people are not necessarily heroes or villains, and certainly not me. They are the ones who have endured terrible things, leaving both physical and emotional scars, yet still march forward. Those who can continue despite their pain are the true strong ones. So listen to me now, Toga. You are strong. You should be proud of that. Do not let your past hold you back from becoming the amazing person you will be in the future. Keep your head held high and march forward, for your scars are not reminders of your pain. They are proof that you survived and are strong. By the time he finished his heartfelt speech, Toga was still crying, but a smile had formed on her face. She repeatedly thanked him, and he hugged her to console her. After a while, as she calmed down, he mentioned he had 2 things to ask her. First, there are cameras in this room, Izuku began. I was wondering if you would be okay with me posting the recording of our earlier conversation. I asked Eri if she thought I should comply with a request from the news to hear more of my songs, and she said yes. If you're not comfortable with it, I can cut out everything but the song and hide your face in the video. But if you're okay with it, I'd like to post the whole thing so people can hear everything. Second, do you want me to change your quirk? I don't mind either way, I would mainly be improving it, so it's completely up to you. Toga replied, sure, I don't mind you posting it. What would you do to my quirk? Well, if you let me put my hand on you, I can assess the best possible changes for you, and you can decide if you want them or not, Izuku explained. Toga agreed, and he took her hand, examining the potential changes for a minute before sharing his thoughts. The changes I would make are as follows. First, I would remove the bloodlust and need for it by allowing your quirk to be activated through anything with DNA, blood, skin, or hair. This would eliminate the bloodlust since I'd be changing the activation trigger. It wouldn't have to be ingested, just being in contact with it would suffice. Second, I would activate the dormant power to use the quirks of the people you transform into. And third, you seem to have something called DNA storage, which is currently locked and not normally available to you. This would allow you to save the DNA of people you've ingested for later use, giving you access to them at all times. However, you would need to train and work on your body and quirk to gain more save slots. You'd start with 1. He paused, gauging her reaction. The only downside to this change is that you would have to train with any quirks you use, otherwise, you wouldn't have mastery over them. Essentially, you can use the quirks of the people you turn into, but without practice, you wouldn't be proficient. So, do you want me to make those changes? If you do, you'll be quite the powerhouse once trained. Please, just the first change is something I can't pass up on, but the other 2 would make it foolish to say no, Toga replied eagerly. Okay then, Izuku said, reassuring her. Don't worry, at most, the alteration will be a bit disorienting, but there will be no pain. Meanwhile, reactions to the news were unfolding among the UA staff and All Might. Nizu addressed the group. I'm sure you've all seen and heard the news about Azrael's latest videos. This is a big deal. They have the public in a frenzy. Any thoughts? All Might expressed his disgust. I've worked with Captain Celebrity a couple of times, and he always seemed friendly. He never let on that he had any problems. It's just shocking. Eraserhead added, I want to know why the past accusations against him were hidden and why the Hero Commission allowed him to move here and become a hero, especially since it's clear he wasn't under any special watch. Midnight agreed, someone with that kind of history should have been denied immediately the second he tried to move here, especially after being accused and having a court case pending. Nizu speculated, my best guess is that the commission decided to turn a blind eye because of his power and potential. They let him in despite his dark history. It's definitely wrong, but the commission has been known to do some dirty things. It wouldn't shock me if they did it again. Present Mike chimed in, I can't blame the public for being outraged. They just found out a potential RPST was made a hero, only for it to come out that he was guilty and used that position to harm more people. Nizu nodded. Yes, it will be hard for the commission to weasel their way out of this without at least making a public statement. He then shifted the conversation. What about his talk with the girl and his views on society? Any thoughts? Eraserhead expressed his approval. I'm glad he saved her, and I respect his willingness to help. Not many people would save a homeless girl and then take her home to care for her. It's a selfless act of kindness. All Might added, yes, it's nice to see that even as a vigilante, he's definitely doing good. Mike remarked, it's a bit shameful that a vigilante is showing more heroic acts and tendencies than quite a few heroes I've seen. Vlad King shared his agreement. I resonate with his views on how society treats certain quirks. I was treated like a villain multiple times growing up because of mine, But luckily, I had a good family who didn't judge me for it and a few friends I could trust. I can't imagine being on my own like she was, especially with a family that treats you terribly. Midnight then asked, on that note, will we be looking into her parents? We know her name, age, and face. It shouldn't be hard to find her family. Even if we can't get them for abuse, we can definitely get them for abandonment. Nizu reassured her, don't worry about it. A friend of mine in the police force is already looking into it. The more I see him work and take care of people, the more I think we must make him a hero, Nizu concluded. All Might agreed, I don't think I can, in good conscience, throw him in jail after seeing him work and hearing everything he has done. Especially when all his crimes were committed while doing good. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. The other heroes nodded in agreement, and they moved on with the meeting. Meanwhile, Stain watched from the shadows, laughing to himself. That's amazing. He just showed the whole country that I'm right. There are fake heroes, and some need to be scrutinized. When the system doesn't work, sometimes people like us are born who see this and take the system into our own hands. He truly believes something needs to change. All for one contemplated the situation. This could actually work for us. He's weakening the public's trust in heroes. We can definitely use this. A week had passed since Izuku's conversation with Toga, and significant developments had occurred. He decided to purchase a smaller apartment building to help those in need of shelter. He also began investigating what happened to Slime, though progress was slow. He posted the video of his conversation and song with Toga, continued his patrols as Azrael, and started assisting Toga with her new quirk and mental health, leveraging his MSDR's degree in psychology and therapy. The news reacted strongly to his song and the Hero Commission's broken silence. The latest video released by Azrael captured widespread attention, featuring his conversation with Toga and a new song. The news anchor, visibly touched by the speech and song, expressed gratitude for Azrael's willingness to share more music. First, that speech was very touching, the anchor said, and the song was amazing. Thank you for listening to our request. Suddenly, breaking news interrupted. The Hero Commission had released a video where the president addressed the situation. First, we would like to apologize to the public for our long silence. We were dealing with the situation. Second, the former hero known as Captain Celebrity has been stripped of his position and will be held in police custody until his trial. Third, the commission had no knowledge of his crimes and apologizes to the public for not knowing. As she continued to speak, it became clear that she was merely reiterating known information, avoiding more pressing questions and the commission's faults. The news anchor noted, they completely avoided our question about why they allowed a potential known criminal from another country to move here and become a hero. They couldn't have been unaware of his past, and even if they claimed to believe in his innocence, they should have monitored him. Meanwhile, Izuku had asked Toga to watch over Eri while he checked on the apartment building he had recently purchased, located near the outskirts of his property. He had bought it close by so he could easily walk to help others in need. After inspecting the building for damages and finding none, he went shopping for essential furniture like beds and appliances. On his way back home, he decided he would patrol that night. Later, while patrolling, he spotted someone sitting on the edge of a building. He flew up to them and sat down beside them to talk. His drone followed closely, recording the encounter. "What are you doing up here all alone this late at night?" he asked. "Why do you care? Just do like everyone else and look the other way while I suffer," the person replied bitterly. "No," Izuku said firmly. "I will always extend a helping hand to those who are suffering or in need. I refuse to be another bystander who does nothing, thinking someone else will help or that a hero will arrive soon. If I see someone who needs help, I will help. Now, what is your name and what's wrong?" "My name. Just call me Mustard." "What's wrong?" "I'm just tired of it all. I have no friends, my parents haven't spoken to me willingly in years unless they had to. They seem happy to pretend I don't exist. I get attacked and bullied at school just because of my quirk, and even when I'm injured and limping home, not once has anyone ever helped me. I'm just tired of being alone," Mustard confessed, tears streaming down his face. Hearing his pain, Izuku wrapped him in a comforting hug. "I'm sorry that everyone around you has watched you suffer without offering help. You don't deserve to endure this just because of your quirk. Don't bother, Mustard replied, his voice heavy with despair. I know you'll probably just leave me here as soon as you learn what my quirk is. Don't be stupid, Izuku countered. I couldn't care less what your quirk is. You are a human who needs help, and I'm here to offer you that help. Mustard suddenly realized, wait, I just noticed you're that vigilante Azrael who has been in the news recently. I don't matter right now, Izuku insisted. What matters is you. What's your quirk that makes your parents and others treat you so badly? You promise not to treat me any differently? Mustard asked hesitantly. Of course not. No matter what your quirk is, you're still a person and deserve a helping hand, Izuku assured him. My quirk is called gas. It grants me the ability to generate a poisonous, sleep-inducing gas from my body. That's all it does, just sleeping gas, basically, Mustard explained. Izuku frowned. It's a lot like the hero Midnight's quirk, but better. Were you really treated poorly just for that? Even by your own parents? That's such a simple quirk, it's not worth scorn. It's not even dangerous. Mustard looked surprised. What do you think I should do then if jumping isn't the right thing? How about you come with me? Izuku suggested. I just bought a little apartment building to help people like you who need a place to stay. But I don't need a place to stay, Mustard protested. I think you do, Izuku replied. You basically live alone anyway, so why not at least live with people who will treat you with kindness instead of hatred or indifference? Mustard considered this and, after a moment, agreed. Izuku picked him up and flew him to his old house, where he climbed through a window to gather his belongings. Then, Izuku took him to his home to meet Eri and Toga. Just so you know, there are 2 people already in my home, Izuku explained. I'll take you to see the apartment and help you get some stuff for it tomorrow, but you're always welcome to come here afterward, okay? Overwhelmed by the kindness, Mustard simply nodded. Izuku led him inside, noticing that Eri was already in bed while Toga was in the living room. He introduced them and informed Toga that Mustard would be moving to the new apartment building, inviting her to do the same tomorrow while assuring her she was always welcome in his and Eri's home. He encouraged them to get some sleep since the next day would be busy. The following day, after breakfast and getting everyone ready, Izuku took them to the apartment building. Wow, it's so big! Each room is like a little house, Eri exclaimed. This place looks nice. Can I really live here? Toga asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. Yeah, it must have cost a lot to buy this place, Mustard added, impressed. I bought this place specifically to give people who need help a place to stay, Izuku explained. How much I spent is my problem, you just have to worry about yourselves. And yes, Toga, you can live here. There are 8 apartments in the building, you can pick one and claim it as yours. You can stay here as long as you're not aggressive to each other and keep the place clean. As I said yesterday, you're always welcome in my and Eri's home. This is just so you have your own place now. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. 1 minute, let me get that. It's probably the furniture DLVY. Izuku opened the door to greet the DLVRY people, who moved the furniture into the respective rooms. After tipping them, he turned to Toga and Mustard. Sorry about that, they were just bringing some necessities like beds, fridges, ovens, and other important furniture. Now, as I was saying, once you've looked at the rooms to see what you need and want, we'll go shopping to get those things. I don't mind paying for it. Think of it as a welcome to the family gift. Family? Toga and Mustard exclaimed in unison. Yes, what's wrong? I'm taking care of you and housing you, so you are now my responsibility and, in turn, family, Izuku replied. What about your real family? Toga asked. Yeah, like your parents, Mustard added. It was just me and my mom. I never met anyone else related to me, Izuku explained. Was? Mustard echoed, sensing the weight of the word. Izuku sighed. She was killed for helping prove someone guilty of a crime. But since there was no solid proof tying her death to him, they couldn't connect the dots. That was actually what caused my quirk to evolve into what it is now, and I started training to become a vigilante. Have you tried to get revenge? Toga asked, her curiosity piqued. What about that situation made you want to be a vigilante? Mustard inquired. I have not tried to get revenge, Izuku replied firmly. That man is in prison now, and I know my mother wouldn't want me to stoop that low. She dedicated her life to ensuring that guilty people were punished correctly. The reason I became a vigilante was due to two reasons. First, my quirk allows me to see the crimes people have committed and know when they are lying. It's hard not to see the corruption in the world when it's right in front of you, and I refuse to be another figurehead in a corrupted system that needs to change. Second, of the police officers who investigated my mother's murder, all three had crimes they had gotten away with. If the police were that corrupt, I couldn't imagine how corrupt some heroes were. I was proven right with Captain Celebrity. Sorry for making you remember that, Mustard said softly. It's fine, Izuku reassured him. I think it's only fair you both know a bit about me when I know your stories. Toga asked, what did the police do to make you so sure that the system was flawed? They all committed extortion, excessive use of force, assault. 2 had battery, and 1 had SXL assault, Izuku explained. The fact that none of them were even slightly innocent made me want to show people that no one should go unpunished for their wrongdoings. I decided to be the one who would punish those who escaped their rightful consequences. After their conversation, Toga and Mustard calmed down and checked their rooms. Eventually, they all went to the mall, where they bought some items, enjoyed dinner, and got to know each other better. By the end of the day, they returned to the apartment building, with Izuku carrying a sleeping Eri. He wished them good night, hoping they would like their new home. The next day, Toga and Mustard came to visit again. As they walked in the door, they heard music playing. Toga realized that Izuku must be singing and told Mustard, prompting them to sneak into the room to listen. Unaware of their presence, Izuku began speaking to the camera. I'm going to sing a song that I wrote about the people I'm taking care of right now. All three of them have expressed feeling like a burden or have asked why I would burden myself with helping them. So, I wrote this song after reflecting on the fact that some people need to hear a simple sentence. You are not a burden. He then began to play his song, pouring his heart into the melody. When Izuku finished singing, he heard soft sobbing behind him. He turned to see Toga, Eri, and Mustard, all visibly upset. Without hesitation, he walked over, crouched down, and enveloped them in a warm hug. I want you three to know that you are not a burden, he said gently. You can always talk to me. Some of the lyrics I sang were inspired by the stories you've shared about your lives. For instance, the line, "Think you still live with the ghosts of people you needed the most," reflects how each of you has faced abandonment in some way. Toga, you were kicked out, Eri, you were given to a monster, and Mustard, you were emotionally abandoned, treated as if you never existed. He continued, the line, that let you down and taught you how to keep your closet door closed, speaks to how your family's failures have led you to shut yourselves off to avoid further pain. I understand that it makes trusting others difficult. And when I sang, then watch you drown on tears that you need to cry, I meant that it's okay to cry. You don't have to hold back your emotions. Crying doesn't mean you're weak, it means you've been strong for too long. Izuku paused, looking at their tear-streaked faces. I know you've been silent since childhood because every time you spoke your truth, you were stigmatized and re-traumatized by things beyond your control. I may not have known you for long, but I care about you. You are not a burden. You are people who need love. By the end of his heartfelt speech, all three were crying and hugging him tightly. Once they calmed down, Izuku turned to Mustard with a few questions. Mustard, I have a couple of questions for you. First, I recorded our conversation on the rooftop along with that song. Can I post them online? If you say no, I'll edit the video to end with the song. If yes, I'll post it as is. Mustard took a moment to think before responding. Yes, you can post it. And maybe about the alteration to my quirk. I'd like to know how you would change it first. Izuku nodded. I can tell you right now that one change will be the ability to choose what gas you release. If you're comfortable with me touching you, I can explain the other changes. After Mustard agreed, Izuku placed his hand on his shoulder and focused. He then listed the 3 changes he would make to Mustard's quirk. First, you'll be able to choose the type of gas you release, as long as you know its name and effects. Second, you'll be completely immune to any gas, whether you release it or create it. Finally, you'll have the ability to change one gas into another, allowing you to transform the oxygen in the air into any other gas. This will be less energy intensive since you're just altering the gas in the air instead of creating it from scratch. Mustard was taken aback. Would you really be able to do all that? Yes, but I should warn you that once I change your quirk, I won't be able to alter it again. I believe these changes will be beneficial for you, so I doubt you'd want me to change it again anyway. Mustard agreed, and Izuku proceeded with the changes. They spent some time talking afterward, and Izuku made food for everyone. They all gathered to watch a movie together before returning to their apartments. Later, Izuku began editing the videos for posting. 2 days later, everyone gathered to watch the news, eager to see the public's reaction to the videos. The vigilante Azrael has just uploaded 2 more videos, but these focus on a different subject than his usual fighting, the news anchor announced. The screen shifted to show the first video, featuring Izuku's conversation with Mustard on the rooftop. Well, it seems Azrael is determined to highlight the flaws in today's society, the anchor continued. Mustard appears genuinely surprised that Azrael was willing to help him after learning about his quirk. Azrael rightly points out that Mustard's quirk isn't bad, it's similar to that of the hero Midnight. The hatred directed at him because of it is simply absurd. The news anchor expressed sympathy, saying, "I want to apologize for the failures of your parents, Mustard." The next video played, showcasing Izuku's conversation with Toga, Eri, and Mustard, along with the 2 songs he sang and the moment he altered Mustard's quirk. Those songs were touching, the anchor remarked. I'm amazed at the lengths Azrael goes to help others. He even bought a small apartment building just to assist people. It seems every time he alters a quirk, he goes above and beyond to make it stronger. Izuku turned off the news and turned to Mustard. So, what do you think about the people's reactions? I'm happy people are starting to see the societal issues that caused my suffering because of my quirk, Mustard replied. They're right, it was foolish to treat me poorly just for a quirk that makes people fall asleep. With my new abilities, I realize my old quirk was simple and safe. Izuku smiled. Of course I make any quirk I alter stronger. I won't half but my work. Plus, I can only alter a person's quirk 3 times, so it seems fair to give it my best effort. Not all alterations have been beneficial, though, just ask Overhaul and Captain Celebrity. He chuckled darkly at the thought. Meanwhile, at UA, Nizu addressed the staff. We need to be stricter about teaching people not to discriminate against certain quirks. This is becoming increasingly clear as we see how certain villains are created. Eraserhead nodded in agreement. If you're treated like a villain your whole life, you might just snap and become one. All Might added, I'm glad to see Azrael still helping people. Buying an apartment building to assist others shows an incredible dedication that even we can't claim. Present Mike chimed in, it's heartening to see those kids finding a place where they're cared for. Azrael truly cares for them, and the messages in those songs are powerful. Midnight expressed disbelief. I can't believe the kid was treated that poorly. I was never treated so badly because of my quirk. But what did he mean by an upgraded version of my quirk? Nizu explained, he was referring to the fact that he doesn't need to damage or remove his clothing for his gas to spread, and it's effective on both genders, while yours is more effective on men. Vlad King voiced his concern. I'm glad he helped the kid, but I worry about how he changed their quirks. They're now incredibly strong, potentially top hero level strong, and he does these changes effortlessly. Nizu agreed, noting, Toga now has an extremely versatile quirk with virtually unlimited potential, and the same can be said for Mustard. We don't know the specifics of Eri's quirk, but based on Overhaul's research, it seems to reverse time on organic material, so I suspect he made it stronger too. Eraserhead summarized, in his little ragtag group, you have a quirk-copying spy, a person who can create and breathe any gas, a child who can reverse time, and a vigilante with one of the most versatile quirks I've ever seen. That's quite a strong group. Nizu pointed out the silver lining. But look on the bright side, 2 of those individuals could have become villains. These videos provide us with more information to locate Azrael. So far, we know he lives in a wooded, secluded area, has a child living with him, and now has 2 more people on his property, Toga and Mustard. He recently bought an apartment building, likely near his property. Niza decided to investigate recently purchased apartment buildings near wooded areas to track Azrael down. Elsewhere, All for One plotted, I really want those quirks now that he has changed them. Perhaps I should capture him and force him to change quirks to better and stronger ones before I take them. Stain observed, the more he posts, the more he proves he is a real hero and not a fake. 3 days later, Izuku approached a door in a rundown part of the city and knocked. When it opened, he was greeted by Slime. Who are you, and what do you want? Slime asked suspiciously. Wow, Slime, not the greatest way to greet a friend, is it? Izuku replied with a smile. I wanted to check up on you after your quirk alteration and see how you are doing. Slime's eyes widened. Azrael? How did you find me and why? I came to see how you were doing, and if you wanted it, I had an offer for you. Can I come in, please? Sure, come in. What do you mean by an offer? Once inside, Izuku noticed the apartment was quite run down and bare. Well, the offer I have is that after helping you, I saved a little girl, then 2 teens who were also treated badly because of their quirks. I bought a small apartment building with 8 units. My offer to you is that you can move into one of the rooms. The only rule is to be civil to anyone else who lives there and try not to destroy the place. I appreciate the offer, but I don't want to bother you any more than I already have, Slime replied hesitantly. Have you seen any of the news about my videos recently? Izuku asked. I have, and I didn't know you could sing so well. Those songs are my answer to what you just said. No one who needs help is a bother to me. I'm offering you a place where you can be with people who have been wronged for their quirks, just like you. Slime fell silent, looking around at his bare apartment. If you're willing to let me, then please. Izuku helped him pack what little he wanted to bring and guided him to the new apartment building, where he introduced him to Toga and Mustard. Afterward, he mentioned he needed to check on Eri, who was with Toga, and promised to help Slime get some items for his room soon. Once Izuku left, Toga turned to Slime. So, what's your story? Slime recounted how he met Azrael and what he had done for him. Toga nodded along, recognizing that it was exactly something Izuku would do. Slime then asked Toga and Mustard about their experiences, having seen the news but wanting their perspectives on what had happened to them. As they shared their stories, a strange kinship formed among them, rooted in their shared suffering. Mustard and Toga were shocked to find that Slime's story mirrored their own, leading them to realize how close they had come to becoming villains. Izuku returned and noticed their contemplative expressions. You just realized how close to the edge you were, right? He asked softly. It must be shocking to see how close you were to becoming a villain. But remember what I said, when you're told every day that you're a villain and treated like one, it's only a matter of time before you snap and think, they want a villain? I'll give them one. You're not wrong for being unable to endure endless hatred for something you didn't do or choose. He continued, yes, some villains are monsters who enjoy causing suffering, like Overhaul. But many are just broken people who had no one to help them. That's one of the main reasons I became a vigilante, to be the person who sees them as individuals, not just villains or their quirks. I think I'm doing a good job so far, but it's difficult when the public view is against me. That's why I post my videos, to force people to see the truth. They are part of the reason many villains are created. Now, how about I make you something to eat while Eri takes a nap? Think of it as a little welcome to our little weird family, he suggested to Slime. Meanwhile, at UA, Nizu announced, I've made a breakthrough in our investigation. By looking into recently bought apartment buildings near wooded areas, I found one that was purchased recently, very close to a private property. Both the apartments and the private property are owned by the same person. Security cameras nearby have captured both Mustard and Toga, so I believe I've located Azrael. Present Mike interjected, can't we just go to his property and arrest him? Nizu shook his head. We would need a warrant to enter private property, and simply seeing Toga and Mustard nearby isn't enough reason to obtain one. Eraserhead added. Plus, if we got a warrant, we might make Azrael see us as enemies, which goes against our goal of getting him to work with us. We should set up a stakeout near the property to keep an eye on Azrael. All Might agreed. We must remember that no one else on his property has broken the law, they are victims. If we burst in and arrest the one person who showed them kindness, We might push them over the edge and create powerful villains. Nizu acknowledged the point. It's crucial to consider how they might perceive us. Seeing a group of heroes who failed to help them arrest the one person willing to do so could breed resentment. Midnight added, this is a complex situation, but if we succeed, we could gain a group of individuals with immense potential for good. Their experiences, having seen the world without the rose-tinted glasses of hero society, could enable them to do more good than those who wait for a hero to come along. Vlad King chimed in, plus, having more heroes with villainous quirks could help break the stigma. It's been hard to find people with such quirks who still want to help after how they've been treated. Nizu concluded, if we can get Azrael to work with us, he could be a great hero. With his powers combined, he might become one of the greatest heroes out there. Eraserhead added, the potential he has is immense. He could provide proof of guilt or innocence by revealing memories or making someone tell the truth. He could heal people from injuries no one else can heal, like All Might. He's proven to be extremely strong and smart, as shown in his fight with All Might. He could even help those with problematic quirks by altering them. Nizu agreed, suggesting they contact a man with a quirk called Painful Healing to see if Azrael could change it. Now, let's plan how to get in touch with Azrael. I think one of us should watch the property, and when we see him leave as Azrael, All Might should be the one to talk to him, equipped with a camera and earpiece for communication. Why me? All Might asked, though he didn't mind. Nizu explained, he already has a favorable view of you and was willing to heal you, so he's more likely to listen to you. I'm willing to try, but he seems like the type who would leave mid-conversation if he hears someone needing help, All Might noted. Nizu replied, while that might be a concern, you could follow him. As a hero, you'd need to leave mid-conversation to help someone in trouble. That's fair, All Might conceded. Helping him while he's working might build trust. Nizu instructed the team to set up cameras and drones around the property to monitor movements. Present Mike added, this will also help us ensure Toga and Mustard are being treated well. I don't believe he's treating them poorly, but it's our job to check. Nizu agreed and they set to work. 4 days later, Slime felt a sense of belonging he had never experienced before. Reflecting on everything that had happened, he realized there was only one time he had felt furious, and that was during his meeting with Eri. In a flashback, Izuku entered the common area of the apartments, cradling Eri in his arms. He made his way to Slime's room and knocked on the door. Oh, Izuku! What can I do for you, and who is this? Slime asked, recognizing Eri from the news but only having seen the video where Izuku sang her to sleep. Hey, Slime. Sorry to disturb you, but my little snowflake here heard there was a new resident and wanted to meet them. Eri, this is Slime, the first person I helped with their quirk. And Slime, this is Eri, my adopted daughter, whom I saved from a monster. After some interaction, Eri fell asleep, and Slime asked, what do you mean by you saved her from a monster? Izuku shared Eri's full story, detailing the abuse she suffered, the times she nearly died, and the mental torment she endured, being blamed for the deaths caused by Overhaul. By the end of the tale, Slime looked ready to explode with rage. How could someone do that to anyone, let alone a child? Did he have no heart? How could he not feel any guilt? She's only 6 years old. She shouldn't have to see the darkness of the world. I know, Slime, Izuku replied. I posted the video of my fight with that Yakuza group and what I did to Overhaul. A good way to show how evil he was is that my holy light weapons deal more damage the worse a person is. When I fought All Might, I could barely make him bleed with my gun, yet those same bullets tore through Overhaul with ease. Slime had decided to watch some of the more popular videos that Izuku had uploaded as Azrael. Now, we find Izuku out doing his vigilante work when he is interrupted by All Might. It's good to see you doing well, All Might, Izuku said, a smile on his face. I'm happy to see that my reminder of your roots has inspired you to help the quirkless. All Might nodded appreciatively. It's thanks to you healing me that I'm doing as well as I am. After you reminded me of my roots, I looked into ways to help. I've been keeping up to date, Izuku replied. I'm very pleased with the outcome. Not only have you donated a significant amount to charities that support quirkless individuals, but you've also become more vocal in your support. It's encouraging more quirkless people to speak out about their unfair treatment. The only thing left is for you to share your story as a late bloomer. If people realize that they could turn the next All Might into a villain, they might treat them with a bit more kindness. Thanks for your kind words, All Might said, though confusion creased his brow. But why would they think they could make the next All Might a villain? Because, as I've shown, when someone is mistreated their entire life, they might just say, "Forget it, you hurt me, so I'll hurt you back." Most late bloomers have very strong quirks, and the stronger the quirk, the longer it may take to manifest. Imagine someone who has been abused and mistreated their whole life suddenly gaining a powerful quirk. I'd bet that person would lash out with that power. That's why I believe the next All Might could easily become a villain. Plus, people forget that you don't need a quirk to be dangerous. You just need to be smart enough to create a bomb or poisonous gas. Abused individuals can snap one day and cause a lot of harm. All Might and the heroes listening through the camera were taken aback, knowing he was right. Ask him if he's willing to work with the heroes, Nizu suggested. Would you be willing to work with us, Azrael? All Might inquired. I don't think that's possible, Izuku replied. I will always help those who have been wronged. Take the sludge villain, for example. When I understood his reasoning for his crimes, I couldn't see him as evil. He became a villain after being abandoned by his family because of his looks, mistreated on the streets again for the same reason. No one wanted to help him, leaving him with two options, steal or starve. I refused to be like everyone else and just beat up a broken person who needed help. If I see someone who is broken by society, I won't label them a villain and throw them in jail, which would only make them hate heroes and society even more. Why does no one ever look into why people become villains? Why are they all lumped together when many could become amazing people if only they were offered help? Once again, All Might and the heroes were left in stunned silence, realizing he was right. Before they could respond, Izuku continued. Like with Captain Celebrity, I will always punish someone when they do wrong. I won't ignore their actions just because they're a hero. If anything, I believe heroes who break the law should face harsher punishments since they're supposed to uphold it. It seems only fair. While I agree with you, I don't understand why that would stop you from working with us, All Might said. Because, at the end of the day, you heroes work for the Hero Commission. The same people who covered up what Captain Celebrity did. That's not the only dark secret they hide. They also have hidden agents like Lady Nagata and Hawks. To illustrate my point, let me tell you their stories. Lady Nagata was once a well-known hero, famous for her incredible aim, even outshooting Snipe. The Hero Commission tricked her into becoming an assassin. By the time she realized what she had agreed to, she couldn't leave. They convinced her that, although killing was wrong, they only targeted those who threatened society. One day, she discovered that her next target's only wrongdoing was potentially taking the current commission president's position. When she learned this, she intended to confront the president, but on her way, she encountered some young fans. She couldn't bring herself to shake their hands, feeling dirty after that realization. It seemed to snap something within her. After learning that many of her targets hadn't done what she was told, she killed the commission president before allowing herself to be arrested. After her arrest, no one looked into her reasons. They simply threw her into Tartarus. Hawk's story is different but equally tragic. Kigo Takami was born on the island of Kyushu, Fukuoka. His mother, Tomi, helped harbor his father after he committed murder. Kigo endured a traumatic and abusive childhood, forced to stay home to ensure he wouldn't betray his father. Eventually, Tomi took him outside, buying him an Endeavor doll. Isolated from the world and with no interactions beyond his parents, he grew up believing heroes were fictional. One day, sensing something happening in the city, he ventured out but returned when he found nothing. His father, furious for leaving, accused him of ratting him out and ordered him never to leave the house again. When Kigo retreated to a corner, his father kicked him, muttering that he'd be free if his son had never been born. Kigo endured this abuse, suppressing his emotions to avoid becoming broken like his parents. Shortly after, his father was arrested by Endeavor. Kigo was shocked. He had always thought heroes were fictional, and the hero who saved him from his abusive life was the very one whose plushie he carried. Kigo and his mother fled, fearing arrest for harboring a fugitive. With no skills to make a living, they ended up on the streets. When Kigo suggested going to the police, Tomi told him to get money first, questioning why she had him in the first place. Angered and determined to prove his worth, Kigo saved lives during a high-speed car accident. The public was stunned to learn the savior was a child, and the Hero Public Safety Commission soon approached him. They offered compensation and protection, provided they abandoned the Takami name. Afterward, they separated him from his mother and trained him as a hero. The commission drilled interpersonal skills into him from a young age, teaching him deception and infiltration. They forced him to abandon his real name and underwent years of grueling training, which he accepted to become a hero like Endeavor. By 18, he had started his own hero agency and quickly rose to Japan's top 10 pro hero rankings. 4 years later, he reached the number 3 rank, only behind All Might and Endeavor, without even trying. Unlike many heroes, Kigo wasn't interested in being the strongest. He admired Endeavor. He was essentially sold to the commission to prove he wasn't useless. I will never be a hero under such a corrupt system. I'd sooner kill myself than work for people like them, especially since they've never admitted to anything that happened with Lady Nagata or commented on Captain Celebrity. They expertly dodge those questions, and it's disgusting. All Might and nearly everyone listening were shocked, except Nizu, who had suspected something like this. He could see that Izuku wouldn't become a hero, but perhaps they could still establish a working relationship. Before he could voice his thoughts, he heard a commotion from the camera. Just as Izuku finished speaking, he heard a fight occurring a few streets away. "Sorry, All Might," he said before rushing off to intervene. When he arrived, he saw a scarred young adult, perhaps just turning 20, and an injured man. Instead of capturing the flaming scarred man, Izuku restrained the injured man. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the new vigilante Dabi. Can you turn off your quirk? It's hurting you, and I've already ensured this creature won't move," Izuku said. All Might arrived just in time to hear Izuku's words. "What do you mean, creature? Why have you restrained the victim?" "All Might, this is one reason I dislike how heroes operate. You assume this thing is the victim without asking any questions. The reason I called him a creature is that anyone who would touch a child in any way doesn't deserve to be seen as human. They've crossed a line. Even in prison, where you'd think everyone is terrible, they draw the line at those who harm children. This man has 3 counts of SXL assault on a minor, 2 counts of physical assault, and 12 counts of possession of child pornography. Anyone who touches a child deserves to suffer." Izuku moved faster than All Might could react, positioning himself in front of the man and forcing him to relive the pain he had caused others. He conjured a dagger and a revolver, stabbing the man in the arms and then shooting him in the groin. Afterward, he displayed the man's memories to the drone following him, providing proof of his crimes. Take this as a lesson, All Might. Always get the full story before deciding who is guilty. Now, Dabi, would you be willing to come with me? I need to talk to you about a certain pile of flaming garbage known as the number 2 hero. After seeing your memories of what he did to you and your family, I can't in good conscience leave you alone or him unpunished. I know you'll want to be a part of it. What do you mean? What did Endeavor do? All Might asked, concern etched on his face. I don't believe it's my place to tell you or Nizu, but if you really want to know, just look into his family. It doesn't paint a pretty picture. His wife is in a mental ward after injuring their youngest child, and his oldest son is presumed dead. Fine, I'll come with you. I have a few questions for you too, Dabi replied. Thanks, Dabi. I promise you can leave at any time, and as long as you don't try to hurt anyone else there, you can stay as long as you want. I didn't know any of this. How come it has never made the news? All Might asked, bewildered. Another thing you can thank the commission for. Their willingness to cover up their heroes' wrongdoings is something I find absolutely disgusting. Just so you know, this is still no different than normal. I'll be posting this video. I'll leave this creature to you, All Might. Goodbye for now, heroes. After Izuku returned home with Dabi, they walked into the house, only to hear gentle crying. Sorry, Dabi, Izuku said before rushing toward the sound. Dabi followed, curious to see who was crying and how Azrael would react. When they reached the room, Izuku opened the door and approached Eri. Eri, dear, did you have another nightmare? Eri nodded and hugged him tightly. Izuku embraced her back, rubbing her back soothingly. Would you like me to play the recording of the song I sang for you? Eri nodded again, and Izuku played the video, telling her he would be in the living room if she needed anything. Once he saw her dozing off, he quietly left the room and found Dabi waiting in the doorway. Sorry about that, Dabi. Eri has a lot of trouble with nightmares, even after I saved her, Izuku explained. It's fine. If you don't mind me asking, what did Overhaul do to her? I never got the chance to watch most of your videos, Dabi inquired. Izuku proceeded to tell him Eri's entire story. Dabi's expression turned to disgust and anger, but he took a deep breath and said, I can see why she has nightmares. She was forced to live through hell at such a young age. I'm glad she's with someone who truly cares for her. Of course I care for her. When I asked her if she would be willing to join my family, I did so knowing I would die to keep her safe, Izuku replied, determination shining in his eyes. Dabi didn't show it on his face, but he was impressed. He could see the sincerity in Izuku's expression. Now, Dabi, when I look at your crimes and the reasons behind them, I see that you've just started out as a vigilante. I want to ask if you're willing to tell me your story. I'd rather not until I trust you, Dabi said. That's fine. I didn't expect you to trust me yet. But while we plan our attack on the number 2 hero, would you like to stay at my apartment building? You can choose which apartment you want, and as long as you don't try to injure or antagonize the other 3 residents, you can stay as long as you'd like. I'm not saying you would, but everyone there has experienced some form of abuse because of their quirks. I told them that once I took responsibility for helping them and ensuring their safety, I saw them as family. I intend to make sure they don't feel reminded of their past. Dabi was genuinely surprised by the offer and the knowledge that the 3 current residents had faced abuse due to their quirks. Who are the 3 people living there, and what are their stories? He asked. Izuku shared the stories of Mustard, Toga, and Slime. Once he finished, he added, after knowing all that, I hope you can see why I'm a bit worried about them feeling unwelcome. I want them to feel wanted and accepted somewhere. They all deserve it. I respect the lengths you've gone to help them. Sure, I'll take an apartment, Dabi agreed. Great. I'll check on Eri, and then I'll take you to the apartment building. You can pick one, and we'll start planning the attack on Endeavor tomorrow when we're well rested and thinking clearly, okay? Dabi nodded in agreement. The next day, Izuku, accompanied by Eri, headed to the apartment building to talk some more. Okay, Eri, the new resident might look a little scary, but don't worry. He's just like everyone else and needs some help, okay? Eri nodded. I know Papa wouldn't let me get hurt, she said with a smile. Izuku smiled back and kissed her forehead. Of course I wouldn't, Snowflake. As they entered the building, Eri ran up to greet the usual 3 residents. During the time since everyone had moved in, Eri had grown attached and trusted them. After hearing Eri's story and interacting with her, they had become protective of her. Even Slime, who had confessed to being a former villain, was met with understanding and kindness from her. Eri told him that Izuku had already shared everything, and she was like him, someone nobody wanted until Izuku saved her. When Slime heard this, he was moved to tears. It shocked him that this child could hear he was a villain and not be scared or judgmental, but instead sympathized with him. This was something even adults hadn't done when he was a child on the streets. Afterward, Slime became quite protective of Eri, like a big brother, which Izuku appreciated, knowing that everyone in the apartment needed positive bonds. Hey, guys, I just dropped by because I needed to talk with the new resident, Izuku announced. When he finished speaking, all 3 residents looked shocked. They hadn't seen or heard anyone else since waking up. Izuku felt a bad omen and rushed upstairs to the room Dabi had chosen. When he reached the door, he heard what sounded like strangled sobs, as if someone was doing everything they could to hold back tears before breaking down. Izuku burst into the room to find Dabi curled up on the bed. When Dabi saw him, he tried to hide his tears and put on a brave face, but Izuku simply hugged him. Neither of them noticed that everyone else had followed them but remained in the hallway, listening. Toga even started recording their conversation. Dabi, I've told everyone here at some point that you don't have to hide your tears. I don't believe people are weak for crying. I believe people cry because they've been strong for too long. Don't hold your emotions in, it will only hurt you, Izuku said gently. Dabi remained silent, still trying to suppress his feelings. Well, I've done this for everyone else when they needed it. I've realized that one of the best ways to convey a message is through song, so I'll do just that. Izuku stood up, conjured a piano, and began to play and sing. By the end of the song, Dabi could no longer hold back his emotions and began to sob. Izuku, sensing his distress, moved closer and wrapped his arms around him. As he hugged Dabi, he noticed the blood mingling with Dabi's tears. Alarmed, Izuku quickly got up and concentrated, channeling holy energy in front of him. Dabi was initially taken aback by the sudden action, but as he felt the warmth enveloping his scars, he watched in astonishment as they began to heal. By the end of it, he looked brand new and felt no pain from his injuries. However, the emotional pain from crying only intensified his tears, and he found himself sobbing even harder. Izuku, understanding the turmoil, sat beside him on the bed and gently rubbed his back. After a while, Dabi succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Izuku quietly left the room, only to find everyone waiting just outside the doorway. He shushed them and gestured for them to follow him downstairs. I'm sorry for running off, Izuku began, once they were settled. But as you heard, I had a feeling that Dabi might need some help. He might try to hide it, but I know what sad, lonely eyes look like, and he had them. Mustard was curious. So, what is his story? Izuku hesitated. It's not my place to share until he feels comfortable, but I can tell you that he and his family were abused and hurt by the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Through meeting Dabi, I've learned about several crimes Endeavor has committed that the Hero Commission has covered up to protect their image. The revelation shocked everyone. They exchanged glances, grappling with the idea that even the number 2 hero could be a fraud. Izuku shook his head, his resolve firm. And that's exactly why I refuse to become a hero. I won't be just another tool for such a corrupt system. Now, while Dabi is sleeping, how about I make everyone something to eat while we wait for him to wake up? We can chat then. Meanwhile, at the apartment, the heroes were engaged in a meeting about the previous night's events. Nizu addressed the group. Now that everyone is here, let's begin with any questions. All Might spoke up. I guess I'll ask the big question, is what he said about Hawks and Lady Nagant true? And did you look into Endeavor? The other heroes nodded in agreement, signaling that these were pressing concerns. Nizu continued, I had my suspicions about all that, but hearing someone else voice the same thoughts pushed me to dig deeper. From the little information that hasn't been deleted or covered up, what he said about the commission is true. As for Endeavor, yes, it appears to be true. His oldest child is suspected to be dead, and his wife injured their youngest child before being committed to a mental hospital for around 7 years, a suspiciously long time frame. All Might frowned. That also means he probably told the truth about the commission covering for Endeavor. There's no way the news wouldn't have found that out by now otherwise. Eraserhead added, the more I hear about the commission, the more I understand why Azrael refuses to be associated with them. Though the other heroes didn't voice it, they all agreed that the commission was becoming a significant problem they would need to confront, especially if Azrael had indeed posted the video of his conversation with All Might, as he often did. Nizu interjected, on another note, I suspect Dabi could be Endeavor's oldest child. Didn't you just say he's suspected to be dead? Present Might questioned. Yes, suspected. There was never a body found, and a note from when he went to the quirk doctor states that his flame would turn blue around PBRY. It also mentioned that while his quirk was stronger than Endeavor's, his body was more resistant to cold like his mother's, which could explain the burn scars on Dabi. Azrael also mentioned that Endeavor hurt Dabi and his family, which adds up when you consider that his wife apparently burned her son's face because it resembled his father. Eraserhead sighed. While it's good that he's not dead, it's just more proof of what Azrael has been saying about society creating villains. People will grow tired of waiting for change and will take the system into their own hands. It also means that Azrael has one more person with him who is a victim of society's failure. What do we do about Endeavor? All Might replied, while it's true that Endeavor should be punished, I don't know if the commission would allow us to act. If Endeavor is punished now, it would expose their cover-up, and I don't think the public would let them off the hook, especially after the Captain Celebrity situation left a bad taste in many mouths. They dodged all questions and didn't discuss their involvement. The public will demand answers this time. Nizu nodded. It seems we're in a sticky situation, but there's one thing you're all forgetting. The heroes looked at him, puzzled. Azrael, when he asked Dabi to go with him, said he could not leave Endeavor unpunished. So while we can't arrest Endeavor yet, after Azrael reveals all of Endeavor's dark secrets, we will be free to act. Even the Commission wouldn't be able to stop us then without exposing their corruption. All Might sighed again. While I don't like that we need to wait for a vigilante to serve justice before we can do any good, it makes me feel like he's right. We're just figureheads, not really doing any true good. We've never thought about addressing the root causes of villainy, we just beat them up and throw them in prison. Back at the apartment, Izuku had just finished making breakfast and was serving everyone when Dabi entered the room. Ah, Dabi. I hope you're feeling a bit better. Come here, I made everyone something to eat. I hope you're okay with pancakes, Izuku said cheerfully. Dabi, still a bit embarrassed but grateful, sat down. Yes, I'm feeling better. Thanks, and sorry you had to see me like that. Thank you for healing me. It's fine. I'll always be willing to listen or lend a shoulder to those who need it. Now eat up before it gets cold, we can talk afterward, Izuku replied. Eri chimed in, Papa, can I have some apple slices too? Sure, sweetie, Izuku said with a smile, cutting up an apple for her while everyone watched the interaction. There you go, darling, he said, handing her the slices. This is really good. You're a great cook, Dabi remarked. You seem to really care for her and are quite a good parent. Thanks. I try to make sure it's good enough for people to enjoy. Of course, I care for her. She's my daughter. I don't know if I'm doing a good job as a parental figure, but I try my best, Izuku said, feeding Eri. Everyone chuckled at the sight. You're doing just fine. I wish my family was as loving as you, Toga said wistfully. I think we all do, Mustard added. Noticing the mood shift, Izuku quickly said, while your family may have failed you, this is why you have friends. You don't choose your blood-related family, but you can choose who you consider family. Friends are just family you choose to care for. His words touched everyone, but Dabi soon asked, You seem quite mature for how young you look. Why is that? Izuku thought for a moment. It's for multiple reasons. I've always had a high IQ, and my quirk has enhanced it even more. I've been raising myself for years, and when you see the evil some people are capable of, it's hard not to mature after witnessing so much horror. A contemplative silence fell over the group as they finished their food and moved to the living room. I'll just ask it now since I didn't last night. Can I post everything from last night online? Would you be willing to tell us your story since I didn't want to share it without your permission? Izuku inquired. Yes, you can post it. I guess I can share my story. You've definitely proven you're not just another corrupt person with a mask for the public, Dabi replied. Oh, and I recorded the conversation you had in his room and the song you sang to him, Toga added. Dabi's eyes widened. What? You recorded that? Izuku sighed. Toga, you recorded a private conversation I had with someone who was clearly having a panic attack. That's definitely a breach of privacy. Sorry, but I made sure Dabi wasn't in the video. I just recorded the conversation and song. Since Dabi didn't really talk, it's unlikely anyone would know it was him. I just had a feeling Izuku would end up singing, Toga explained. Well, at least you tried to keep his privacy intact. If Dabi is uncomfortable with it being posted, I can edit everything but the song out, Izuku offered. Dabi shook his head. No, it's fine. I really like that song, and I think the message you told me about crying might help someone else too. You really are a good person, Dabi, Izuku said, smiling. Now, can you tell us your story while I edit the videos to remove any long pauses or non-important bits? I want the world to hear your story. That could actually inspire a new song. Anyway, would you be okay with me recording your story? Dabi paused, then replied, Fine, but on two conditions. First, you only show the video of my story after we've taken down Endeavor, and you have to post it along with all the memories of his crimes and a video of the fight. Second, I want to hear the song you just thought of. I'll admit I've liked the songs you've posted online so far. I'll gladly do that. I'll also record myself altering his quirk and explain how I did it. And I can offer to alter your quirk so it doesn't hurt you anymore, Izuku added. I love that idea. Sure, alter my quirk as long as it doesn't hurt me anymore. Dabi began to share his story, revealing several painful truths. He spoke of how he and his brother Shoto were forced to train until they nearly collapsed from the age of 4. He recounted how Endeavor had engaged in a quirk marriage, which was illegal and frowned upon. Even when Endeavor saw that Dabi's quirk was hurting him, he still forced him to train. Dabi described the neglect he and his siblings faced, particularly from their father, who ignored Natsuo and Fuyumi because their quirks were deemed weak compared to Dabi's fire quirk. He recounted the abuse his mother suffered and how Endeavor made Dabi and Shoto fight him, punishing them for complaining when they were hurt. Dabi had tried to shoulder more of the burden, but Endeavor only made his training harder and more brutal. By the end of his story, Dabi was slightly teary-eyed. What did I say to you earlier? It's okay to cry, my friend. Anyone with a heart would agree that you've been strong for far too long. Just let your emotions out. Everyone here has experienced pain and would never treat you poorly for it, Izuku reassured him. Finally, Dabi let his emotions flow, tears streaming down his face. After a while, he calmed down, and Izuku said, "Now let's see how I can change your quirk." Izuku placed his hand on Dabi's shoulder, focusing on the potential changes he could make. Oh, there are so many amazing things I could do. The first change I would make is that you would not only be immune to fire but also able to turn into fire, becoming intangible. This would make it easier to shape and manipulate your flames. Dabi's eyes widened in interest. That sounds incredible. The second change would allow you to adjust the temperature of your fire. You could make it hotter, but you could also cool it to almost below zero, freezing things and producing ice by condensing the moisture in the air, Izuku continued. He paused, contemplating the final change. Now, the last change is between two options. You can choose either the ability to heal by absorbing sources of fire or the ability to consume fire and ice to not only heal but also regain stamina and temporarily strengthen your body and quirk. The only downside is that you cannot absorb or eat your own fire or ice. Dabi was taken aback. That's amazing. With those changes, I'd be overpowered. I think I'll choose option 2. The benefits are more extensive. Good choice. I would have made that change too, but some people might think eating elements is weird, Izuku said, proceeding to alter Dabi's quirk. Once he was finished, Dabi exclaimed, "I feel so strong right now. Now that I think about it, have you altered your own quirk?" Izuku was shocked. How did I never think of that? I can be really stupid sometimes. I'll see what I can change after we deal with Endeavor. I'll need to train to get used to any changes I make. If both of us have completely altered quirks, it might complicate the fight. But you don't have to worry, you're now immune to fire, so Endeavor is literally screwed. Izuku stopped recording their conversation, and Dabi smirked. Now I think you owe me a song. I guess. I'll apologize in advance, but I got the idea for this song while thinking about your story. Are you okay with me recording this too? Izuku asked. Dabi nodded, and Izuku began to play and sing, pouring his heart into the melody. Izuku looked at Dabi with a firm expression. As I've said before, the strongest people are those who have suffered and experienced terrible things yet continue to march forward. You, my friend, have proven your strength by not only moving on but also by refusing to let your past turn you evil. You still want to do good. Be proud of who you are. Your pain does not define you. It is merely a testament to your resilience. Dabi, overwhelmed by emotion, wiped away tears as they shifted their focus to planning their attack on Endeavor. I won't post anything I've recorded until we deal with Endeavor, Izuku said, breaking the silence. It'll make it easier to surprise him. Dabi nodded, his brow furrowed in thought. Do you have any plans or ideas for the battle? I have a few, Izuku replied. One major advantage is that Endeavor, like many heroes, has a predetermined patrol route. We can wait until later, when everyone's gone to bed or at home, and jump him on his way back. That way, we minimize the risk to the public. Dabi agreed. It's best to avoid having anyone nearby during the fight. Endeavor won't care. The commission does a good job covering up his collateral damage statistics. Izuku's excitement bubbled over. I can't wait to see how the public reacts when we reveal Endeavor's memories. It will provide undeniable proof that the commission knowingly covers up the crimes of powerful heroes, exposing their corruption. Wouldn't that be bad? Toga interjected, her voice laced with concern. What do you mean? Mustard asked, puzzled. Slime chimed in, I think she's worried that it would create chaos. The commission will likely see Izuku as an enemy if they manage to retain any of their power. Izuku acknowledged the concern. I admit it's frustrating, but I'll do it anyway. If they become my enemy, I won't hesitate to confront them. I'll barge into the commission president's office and show them their memories. If they're innocent, nothing should happen, but if they've harmed others, they'll feel the pain they've inflicted. His voice turned cold as he spoke, determination etched on his face. Later that night, Endeavor found himself grappling with his own frustrations. Why can't I beat All Might in the hero rankings? Is it really that hard to see I'm better than that laughing clown? I guess my masterpiece will have to fulfill its purpose. Suddenly, he sensed movement and barely dodged a throwing knife. Show yourself, villain. You must be brave to attack me. I hope you're ready to face the consequences. A slow clap echoed from the shadows, and Stain emerged, a predatory glint in his eyes. Good job dodging that knife, fake hero. Now it's time to put you down like the feral beast you are, you failure of a hero and father. Endeavor's anger flared, but he was also taken aback. You know what I did to my family? Stain nodded. I may not have the means to record my fights or prevent the commission from silencing my proof like Azrael does, but I always investigate my targets. I want to eliminate fake heroes, not harm the few good ones. I'm not the mindless killer you heroes make me out to be. So what if you know about that? No one will listen to you. Endeavor spat, reigniting the fight with a blast of flames. Stain dodged, circling Endeavor like a shark. As Endeavor prepared for another attack, Stain threw knives as a distraction, forcing Endeavor to abandon his assault. Stain lunged, swinging his sword, but Endeavor narrowly avoided the strike. Stain then kicked him, creating distance between them. You little brat. That actually hurt. Now I'll cook you. Endeavor shouted, flames erupting from his hands. Hell spider. Stain cursed under his breath, dodging expertly until one of Endeavor's attacks caught him off guard, sending him flying into Endeavor's grasp. Now what to do with you? I could take you to the police, but you might spill the secrets you know. I guess I'll have to let the commission claim credit for apprehending you in exchange for their protection. Stain's fury ignited. The commission had forced him into vigilante work by covering up numerous crimes committed by heroes and painting him as the villain. With a swift kick to Endeavor's chest, Stain broke free, but Endeavor retaliated with flames, unintentionally burning the blood on Stain's shoe. You little brat. That hurt. Do you have any idea how expensive this cooling suit is? Endeavor yelled, realizing the burns would hinder Stain's chances of winning. Stain, recognizing the need to retreat, threw more knives as a distraction, attempting to escape. Oh no, you don't. Endeavor shouted, using his special move to incinerate the daggers and strike Stain. How do you like my prominence burn? I hope it hurts like hell, Endeavor taunted. As the dust settled, Endeavor was shocked to see two figures standing before Stain, Azrael and someone he never expected to see again. Sorry, Endeavor, but I can't let you kill him, Izuku said, stepping forward. I may not like killing, but I respect those who fight for what they believe is right. Endeavor, still reeling from the revelation, remained silent as Izuku continued. Dabi, why don't you take your fight with him? I'll join you when needed or after I finish talking and healing Stain, okay? A smile spread across Dabi's face. Sure, sounds fun. Thanks for letting me have a shot at him. I know you don't need my help, but I appreciate it. I don't need help, but I'll always accept it when offered. I'd rather have an overkill plan than not enough. Plus, you deserve your chance for revenge. Go show him what a powerful person you are. Dabi nodded, determination in his eyes as he rushed toward Endeavor. Meanwhile, Izuku turned his attention to Stain. What are you doing here, Azrael? Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for your help. I'm glad to see I was right about you understanding what a true hero is. It's a coincidence that we're here at the same time, Izuku explained while healing him. The man fighting Endeavor is actually his supposedly dead son. I met him yesterday while he was dealing with Epiphle. He became a vigilante after experiencing what his father put his family through. I couldn't ignore what Endeavor has done, so we planned to confront him tonight. When we saw you attacking, we decided to wait and see if you needed help. As Izuku healed Stain, he froze, shocked to see tears falling from beneath Stain's hood. What's the matter? Stain asked, confused. Have suffered so much. I'm so sorry for what happened to you, Izuku said softly. After this fight, how about you come with Dabi and me? I want to help you and talk about some things. Stain was taken aback, recalling his ability to see the crimes people had committed and why. I would happily come along. I want to meet everyone you've shown in your videos. They seem like good kids. I'm sorry you had to see that. Izuku hugged him tightly. You shouldn't apologize for what happened. You were the victim. The only one who deserves an apology is you. Now, I'm going to check on Dabi since I still need to show the camera Endeavor's memories. Would you like to come? Yes, I'd like that. I want to see his takedown and any information I couldn't gather from my investigation. I can tell you he probably deserves life in prison just for the collateral damage and deaths he's caused as a hero. That doesn't even include what he's done to his family or other crimes. Stain's disgust was palpable. Why are the deaths because of him not known? But the Repulsive Commission is covering for him. Izuku nodded, and together they made their way toward the fight. Meanwhile, Dabi had just thrown Endeavor away from Izuku and Stain, snapping him out of his shock. How? You were meant to be dead. There's no way Toya is alive. Who are you really? Dabi chuckled. Of course, you'd write me off as dead. Why would you look into how one of your failed masterpieces died? If you used your brain, you'd know a forest fire is unlikely to completely cremate a body. At least some bones will be left behind. Endeavor was stunned. Fine, let's say you are Toya. That doesn't explain how you're healed or why you're fighting me. Dabi sighed, disappointment evident. Yes, father, it's totally unbelievable that I'm healed. It's not like I came here with someone who can heal terrible injuries and alter quirks. It's totally unbelievable that one of the people you abused might want revenge. Endeavor's anger flared. So what if your quirk was fixed? You're still just a failure, and now that you're working with that false angel, you're a villain. Izuku and Stain joined them just in time to hear Endeavor's words. Izuku's voice rose in anger. You piece of shit. I don't care what people think of me, but he's your child, and you thought he was dead. You don't seem to care that he's alive. What right do you have to call anyone a villain or a failure? You have the highest number of both villain and civilian casualties of any hero ever. And don't get me started on why you're a failure. Just look at your family. Your kids hate you, one was thought to be dead, and you drove your wife insane. Once Izuku finished, he took a deep breath to calm himself. Dabi, I won't interrupt your fight, but if it takes too long for you to win, I'll have to intervene. We can't draw more attention here. This part of the city may be abandoned and crime-riddled, but a fight can still attract attention. Now show that piece of shit what a man you are. Dabi smiled at Izuku's words and nodded, but as he turned back to Endeavor, he was met with a face full of fire. Stain, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. Aren't you going to help him? Taking that sort of attack head-on must have left him injured. Izuku chuckled. Just watch. As Endeavor stopped his attack, he realized both he and Stain were stunned. Dabi smirked. Wow, to sneak attack your own child with deadly force is just low, even for you. Azrael, you did amazing strengthening and altering my quirk. I feel incredible. Izuku nodded. Like I said to Mustard, I only get 3 chances to alter a person's quirk throughout their life. It only feels right that I do my best. I would never half but something so important. I'll always give my all when helping or punishing someone, as Endeavor will soon see. Now, I think it's time you start this, my friend. I might just add some background music to make this more cinematic. With a chuckle, he conjured instruments and began to sing. Dabi nodded, a feral grin spreading across his face as he launched himself at Endeavor, experimenting with his new abilities. Using fire on the soles of his feet, he flew forward and punched Endeavor in the gut. As Endeavor doubled over, Dabi unleashed a series of attacks that could only be described as a breakdance. After being hit with the barrage, Endeavor was sent flying. He quickly retaliated, but Dabi decided to try out one of his new abilities. He absorbed Endeavor's flames, then sent them back, stronger than before. As the dust settled, it was clear the fight was nearing its end. Endeavor struggled to remain upright, his body overheating and injuries taking their toll. "How do you like that, father? You didn't even manage to hurt me, and I just got this quirk upgrade today with no practice at all," Dabi taunted, laughter escaping him. Izuku captured Endeavor in his light, covering his mouth. "I think we can all agree he's spoken enough. Now it's time I show his memories and alter his quirk, don't you think?" The reactions varied. Stain looked shocked but pleased, Endeavor appeared terrified, and Dabi seemed both excited and apprehensive. Seeing Dabi's conflicted expression, Izuku reassured him. "You don't have to watch his memories if you don't want to. I'm not trying to make you relive your past pain." "Thanks, man. I appreciate your concern, but I'll always carry those memories as a reminder of how cruel people can be. There will always need to be people like you and Stain who don't care about fame or wealth and will deliver justice regardless," Dabi replied with a soft smile. Izuku smiled back. "You're a kind man, Dabi, and one of the strongest I've met to remain so after everything you've endured. Now, let's put the final nails in Endeavor's coffin." Izuku proceeded to show the camera Endeavor's memories, revealing a litany of his crimes. Illegal forced quirk marriages, abuse of his wife and children, covering up the death of his child, multiple counts of property damage, excessive use of force, deliberately killing villains who had stopped resisting, endangering the public, and numerous civilian casualties he showed no concern for. The memories also exposed how the Commission had covered for him, hiding his crimes, and the borderline torture he inflicted during training on his children, especially Dabi. By the end of the revelations, Stain looked ready to kill Endeavor, while Dabi appeared sad, especially after seeing his siblings again. Izuku felt disgusted. "You have no right to call anyone a failure or a villain, you scumbag," Izuku said, glaring at Endeavor. He then turned to Dabi. "Why don't you reach out to them? I'm sure they'll want to see you after this is posted online. They'll need positive bonds, especially your younger brother. I bet he's lonely because of Endeavor. I'd happily offer them any help they need. Just think about it, okay?" Dabi looked conflicted but willing to try. Stain, hearing this, was surprised but pleased to see Dabi's good nature. "I'm happy to hear you say such heroic things, but can I kill him now?" Stain asked, his voice low. "No," Izuku replied firmly. "I know why you kill the heroes you do, but unlike you, the Commission can't silence me. I'm too skilled for them to hack me, and they can't take down my videos. The proof will be seen. He needs to face his punishment, not escape it easily through death." Stain paused, contemplating Izuku's words. He realized the truth in them. He only killed heroes because no one would listen, and the Commission destroyed any proof he presented. "Now, let's change your quirk so you can never hurt anyone again," Izuku said, focusing on Endeavor. The changes he made to Endeavor's quirk were significant. He ensured that using flames would hurt Endeavor, that overheating would occur rapidly and feel like his blood was boiling, and that he couldn't stop it from burning his clothes and hair, a little extra punishment for good measure. When Izuku explained the alterations to the camera, Stain looked shocked, while Dabi burst into laughter. "Dabi, can you take Stain to the apartment so we can have a chat later? I want to say something to Endeavor before calling the cops." "You don't have to worry, this conversation will also be recorded, so you'll know what I say. I just want to make sure you two are away from this area before I call the cops." Dabi, though intrigued, was okay with just watching the recording. He had no reason not to trust Izuku at this point. Once the two were out of sight, Izuku turned to Endeavor. "I have one question for you. If you were to die today, would you be proud of your life? Do you think anyone would be sad about your death? Do you think even your kids would miss you?" Endeavor looked at him, genuinely pondering the question. "I've found that music is a powerful way to convey a message. I'll use it on you now to make my point before I call the cops and leave. With that, Izuku began to sing and play, the notes echoing through the abandoned streets, carrying with them the weight of justice and the promise of change. It was evident that Endeavor had made an impact, as Izuku found himself crying. Turning to his drone, he spoke earnestly, urging those who were watching to reflect on their lives. Never take those you love for granted, he said. If today were your last, could you hold your head high? He wanted everyone to understand that most of his songs carried messages and lessons he hoped people would learn. Just before leaving, he added, "The only punishment I believe you deserve is the one I reserve for those who hurt children." With that, Izuku conjured a revolver and shot Endeavor in the crotch, a swift act of retribution. He called the police and as he made his way back, he spotted Stain and Dabi. Dropping down to join them, he soon arrived at his apartment building. "Have a good sleep, Dabi," he said. "I'll edit the videos from the past few days and post them tomorrow." He turned to Stain, suggesting he rest in one of the vacant rooms. "Even though your injuries are healed, the mental fatigue from the pain will linger. We can talk tomorrow." Stain nodded, grateful for the offer. He was exhausted, and it wasn't often he had the luxury of being picky about where he slept. The next day, Izuku walked toward the apartment with Eri perched on his shoulders. "Okay, Eri, the new person here might seem a bit scary, but he's like me, just trying to do good in his own way, alright?" "Okay, Papa, I will try to be good," Eri replied, her voice filled with determination. "Plus, everyone else will be there, and you know we'll protect you," Izuku reassured her. Hearing this made Eri smile, and she hugged his head tightly, comforted by the love surrounding her. Upon arriving, Izuku found Stain sitting in the common area with the others. "Hey, guys, is everything okay today?" he asked. "Everything is fine," they replied in unison. Izuku then placed a button on the table, drawing curious looks from everyone. "This button will release everything I've recorded since I met Dabi," he explained. "One push, and Endeavor will be utterly screwed. I thought I'd offer Dabi the choice to be the one to truly end this." He smiled, chuckling softly at their shocked expressions. "I think it's only fair since this will also show the world what happened to him and his family. Plus, it might be a little reward for defeating Endeavor with a completely different quirk, which I still find impressive." Dabi smiled at this and approached the table. "Thanks. I can say it'll take some time to learn everything I can do now, but controlling my quirk is actually easy." He picked up the button and added, "Once I press this, my original goal of becoming a vigilante will be complete. However, I'll continue this path after everything I've seen and all the stories from everyone here. I can safely say this society is messed up if more people don't start doing the right thing. This will be the start of me doing just that." With a determined press, he activated the button. "Dabi, I don't think anyone who watches those videos will disagree that Endeavor was a problem," Izuku remarked. "He was basically the definition of a failure, both as a father and a hero. Now, it'll take some time for the news to catch wind of these videos, so how about I make everyone something to eat while we wait for the show to begin?" Responses of "please" and "if it's not too much trouble" filled the room. Izuku chuckled, "How many times do I have to say I willingly took on the responsibility to help and support you guys? Doing something for you will never be trouble. Just watch Eri for me, please." He headed toward the kitchen. Once inside, Stain turned to Mustard. "Is he always like this? What, too welcoming or too mature?" Mustard replied, "Well, is this how he treats you all?" Stain asked. "Yes," Toga chimed in. "Since he helped me, he has been nothing but caring and supportive. I don't think he's ever raised his voice at any of us, has he?" "No, he hasn't," Mustard confirmed. "But you have to remember, he said when he took us in and started supporting us, he saw us as family. I think he's just a caring person. We've all seen how loving he is to Eri." "Family? That's a shock," Stain mused. "I've heard all your stories from the videos he posted. For him to come along and find you guys, who, let's be honest, haven't really had anyone, and bring you together is quite a selfless act of kindness." Slime chuckled lightly. "Almost like our own guardian angel." Everyone shared a laugh just as Izuku entered with a tray of 8 bowls of food. "I am definitely not an angel. I'm flawed just like everyone else here. I don't think most angels shoot every child abuser they see in the crotch. One of the reasons I offered for you all to live here is that I'm tired of society doing nothing for you. You're not villains because of your quirks, you're people who needed help, and I offered it. I believe being here with others who understand your pain and can hopefully build positive bonds will be good for you. Now, eat up before it gets cold. He sat down with Eri to enjoy their meal. As they neared the end of their meal, the news turned on, and Izuku exclaimed, "Oh, it has started. I thought they would take longer. I uploaded a lot of videos after all, and each one contained some terrible information." The first video hinted at Endeavor but primarily focused on Izuku sharing the stories of Hawks and Lady Nagant, explaining why he would never work for or with the Commission. The revelation shocked everyone, as they had not been present during that moment. "I can't believe it," Izuku said, handing Eri his phone and putting headphones on her to distract her. She has seen enough of how terrible this world can be. Breaking news, the announcer began. The vigilante Azrael has uploaded multiple videos today, all containing interesting and disturbing information. We will show them in order and share our thoughts afterward. As the first video played, revealing Izuku's conversation with All Might and his meeting with Dabi, the news anchor commented on the implications of Azrael's words. "So that's why All Might has been voicing his support for the quirkless recently." It also answers an old question many had about Azrael claiming he was once quirkless. His warning that the abuse of the quirkless might create the next villain is concerning. He points out that you don't need a quirk to be dangerous, and I agree that everyone has a breaking point. The anchor continued, discussing the revelations about the sludge villain and the flaws in the hero system. As the videos progressed, the audience learned about the Commission's corruption and the stories of Hawks and Lady Nagant, which only deepened their concerns. As the videos unfolded, revealing Dabi's story and the truth about Endeavor, the reactions from Izuku's group were profound. Slime, Dabi, and Stain watched in silence, absorbing the weight of the revelations. Izuku turned to Slime halfway through the first video. "I stand by what I said, Slime. You were not evil for doing what you had to do. Your choices were starving or stealing, and anyone who sees you as evil for that is the real villain." Slime smiled, grateful for the reassurance. As the video continued, Stain expressed his shock at Lady Nagant's story. "I tried to find out what happened to her, but I could never uncover the truth. It's sad to hear she was used and discarded like trash." Izuku nodded. "They did an incredible job covering that up. My ability to see crimes and the reasons behind them makes it easier to uncover hidden injustices. When I heard about Hawks, I had to stop myself from rushing in immediately. I'm still angry about it." As the videos progressed, the group witnessed Izuku's fierce confrontation with Endeavor. Toga exclaimed, "Wow. I think that's the first time I've seen you raise your voice." Mustard added, "I can understand his anger. His son, whom he abused and thought was dead, is actually alive." Instead of being even slightly happy, one of the first things he did was call him a failure. After the fight, Toga cheered, "You destroyed him, Dabi. He didn't stand a chance against you." Izuku didn't even need to intervene. Izuku replied, "I only stopped the fight because Dabi had won. I wanted him awake to see his memories and hear how I changed his quirk." As the videos continued, revealing Endeavor's memories and the truth about his actions, the group fell silent, contemplating the weight of the revelations. "I think he needed to be asked that," Izuku said after the videos concluded. "I hope by posting this, it will encourage others to reflect on their actions and strive to be better." The final video showed Izuku shooting Endeavor before turning off the camera. Dabi burst out laughing. "What? I'll always do that. I've already said that's the punishment I give to people who harm children, and he abused all of his in some way." Meanwhile, All for One watched from the shadows, intrigued by the quirks Izuku had altered. "It's interesting. Every time I see a quirk he changed, I want it so much. But why does he only make powerful quirks worse instead of just shutting them off like he normally does?" He paused, then chuckled. "Oh, you sneaky little sheet. You're making it so I can't take the powerful quirks from the people you've dealt with while still punishing them." At the Todoroki household, Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shoto sat in stunned silence. "I can't believe he did all that evil stuff and that Dabi is alive," Fuyumi said, torn between happiness, sadness, and anger. Natsuo shook his head. We've known for a long time that Endeavor was a piece of shit. I'm happy Dabi is alive, though. I hope we see him again soon. Shoto, overwhelmed by the revelations, felt tears welling up. He was grateful that Dabi had always tried to help him, and now, knowing Endeavor's true nature, he wanted to meet his brother and at least say thank you. Hawks, watching the news, was equally stunned. I can't believe it. The man I respected for saving me from an abusive home was doing the same to his own family. He felt conflicted, unsure whether to feel relieved that Endeavor's past was exposed or worried about the Commission's reaction. At UA, Nizu reflected on the shocking revelations. I didn't expect all of that. It was enlightening. Midnight interjected, enlightening? It was disgusting. He was torturing his kids. Why have the multiple deaths been swept under the rug? He has a higher body count than almost all the villains we arrest. Eraserhead added, plus, a lot of the Commission's corruption has been exposed. There will need to be significant changes before the public trusts them again, and probably us too. I wonder what their response will be. All Might, still in shock, couldn't fathom Endeavor's cold-hearted actions. Present Mike, curious, asked, am I the only one interested in Azrael's reaction after he looked at Stain? Why did Stain apologize for him seeing something, only for Azrael to hug him? Nizu speculated, I believe Azrael saw Stain's history, and it must be bad. After Stain apologized, Azrael hugged him and said he shouldn't apologize for being a victim. There's more to the hero killer than we first thought. Eraserhead then said, do you know where Endeavor is right now? We need to go there to finalize his arrest before the Commission does something. They all agreed and set off to ensure Endeavor was held accountable for his actions. At the hospital, they learned he was already awake. Eraserhead, Nizu, and All Might entered Endeavor's room. I assume Azrael has posted his videos online, Endeavor said, resigned. Yes, Nizu replied. Once you're released from the hospital, you'll be held in a temporary cell until your court trial. Your hero license will also be terminated. NGY? All Might asked, concern etched on his face. I was so obsessed with surpassing you that I was willing to do anything to achieve it, Endeavor confessed. I stopped caring about anything that wouldn't help with that objective. As the weight of his words hung in the air, Izuku prepared to ask Stain about his story. Stain, I have 2 questions for you. Would you be willing to tell us your story, and can I record it? Stain paused, contemplating. I'm not saying no, but I want to know why you want to record me telling my story. I believe the world needs to see that you're not the mindless killer the Commission makes you out to be, Izuku explained. I want to use your story to expose the corruption of the Commission. Okay, I'll tell my story and let you record it, Stain agreed. I want the Commission gone or changed probably more than anyone. Thank you, Izuku said, setting up his drone to record. Now, where to begin? Stain took a deep breath and began recounting his past. He described how he started as the vigilante Stendhal, one of the more well-known and liked vigilantes at the time. One day, he witnessed a hero demanding money from a civilian as a thank you for helping them. Angered by the hero's entitlement, Stain recorded the interaction and confronted him, knocking him out before returning the money to the civilian. Over the next couple of months, Stain observed heroes more closely, intervening to stop a few more fakes from breaking the law. His resolve solidified when he had to prevent a so-called hero from assaulting a woman. Gathering evidence of the crimes he had witnessed, he approached the Commission, hoping to expose the truth. However, when he presented his findings, they ignored the evidence and attempted to arrest him instead. I obviously escaped and posted all my videos online, he recounted, his voice tinged with frustration. But the Commission always deleted them after a while. Eventually, I gave up trying to share the videos. I returned to doing my best to help others, but I kept a closer watch on the heroes, sometimes intervening when they broke the law. Stain paused, his expression darkening with anger and sadness. After a deep sigh, he continued, I apparently became too much of an annoyance for those corrupt heroes. A group of them conspired against me, intending to send a message that I was crossing the wrong people. They hired a villain group that despised me and instructed them to destroy the one thing I loved in this world. His voice trembled as he fought back tears. I was married and my wife was P. She was my world, the only person who looked past my quirk, which, as you know, is often reviled. Unbeknownst to me, one of the corrupt heroes had an invisibility quirk, and another could enhance someone's speed and strength for a short time. They boosted the invisible hero, who followed me home, spying on my wife. At this point, he could no longer hold back his tears. They streamed down his face as he continued. During one of my patrols, I was ambushed by a group of those fake heroes. I didn't realize they were just stalling me. When I was about to take down the last one, he laughed and said it was too late, that their job was to keep me from going home. Hearing that, I froze for a moment before sprinting toward my house. When I arrived, the front door was smashed in, and the house was eerily silent. He paused, the memory overwhelming him. I walked inside and froze. My appealing wife lay dead in the living room. As if that wasn't enough to shatter me, they had cut open her PRGT belly to remove the baby and nailed it to the wall, leaving a message written in blood. Don't mess with us again. I don't know what I expected, but I went into autopilot and called the police. They had clearly been waiting for this moment. The corrupt officers, probably on the hero's payroll, came and attempted to arrest me, accusing me of the crime. There was no discussion, no examination of the scene, just, you did it. Now die. Stain's voice grew frantic as he recounted his escape. I ran, desperate to escape the chaos, on the verge of fainting. I fled to the woods, where I collapsed. I didn't know the invisible hero had followed me. When I woke up, he was on top of me, delivering his final warning before cutting off my nose and leaving me there, laughing. He looked up, tears still streaming down his face, to gauge the reactions of those around him. Toga was crying, and it seemed that Dabi and Slime were a mix of sadness and anger. Izuku's expression was particularly confusing. He looked both sadder and more pained than the others. I was empty and lost for a while, wandering aimlessly, Stain continued. Then I passed by an electronics shop and saw the news claiming I had murdered my wife. Rage consumed me. If I couldn't make these people face justice legally, I would do it illegally. I decided they should fear a man with nothing to lose. I stopped being Stendhal and took on the name Stain, a reflection of what I had become, an embodiment of the dirt and corruption in society. He paused, reflecting on his actions. Even as Stain, I tried to share the evidence I gathered about the crimes committed by the heroes I killed, but the commission always took it down. I had no way to show the world that many heroes were worse than villains. Once Stain finished his story, Izuku stood up and walked over to him. Like I've told everyone in this room, you don't need to hold in your emotions. Cry and scream if you need to. I won't think any differently of you. People cry because they have been strong for too long, and you have definitely been strong for too long. I know this is the first time you're sharing your full story, so let it out. Stain began to sob silently, the weight of his pain finally surfacing. Izuku, sensing the need to comfort him, said, "Hey, Stain, I have 2 song ideas inspired by you. Would you like to hear them? It might help calm you down." After a moment, Stain nodded, seeing the sadness reflected in the faces of those around him. Izuku smiled gently. "Okay, the first one is a bit sad, but I couldn't help thinking of it after your story. It reminds me of what happened to my mother, so I used your sadness and my own as inspiration. The second one is specifically about you." With that, Izuku began to play and sing, filling the room with music that resonated with their shared pain. Once he finished, he glanced at the Stain, still touched by the song, and noticed it was crying. He took a deep breath and spoke, "I'm sorry, but that was my first thought when you shared your story. Now, this next piece is what I think of you, inspired a bit by Dabi's story as well. You both have endured terrible things, yet you still strive to do good." With that, he began to play. Izuku looked at Stain, a mix of admiration and sympathy in his eyes. "Stain, you've endured so much that would break most people. The fact that you still strive to do good, even when many see you as a villain, proves you are one of the strongest individuals out there." Paused, stopping his drone from recording. "I'll edit this and post it tomorrow. It'll give the public time to digest everything instead of overwhelming them all at once. This way, they'll remember it better, and it might help fan the flames a bit." Outside the commission building, a protest was brewing, fueled by the corruption that had recently come to light. Police and some heroes attempted to disperse the crowd, but their efforts were largely ignored. Inside the commission building, chaos reigned. The president slammed his fist on the desk in frustration. What am I supposed to do now? Azrael has ruined everything. He paced back and forth, his mind racing. His strength was already a problem, but he's smart enough to make it impossible for us to erase his videos. All his proof is public now. We could easily paint Stain as a villain, but Azrael has shown the public that he's doing good. There's no way to twist that into something evil. What do I do now to get out of this mess? Little did the commission know, their reputation was about to take an even bigger hit once Stain's story became public. The next morning, the news was ablaze with Azrael's latest video, where he urged Stain to share his story. The anchor's voice trembled with emotion as he reported, Azrael has done it again, posting another video that answers a long-standing question: why does the hero killer do what he does? In this latest recording, we hear Stain tell his story. As the footage played, it became clear that even the news anchor struggled to maintain his composure. I remember Stain's old vigilante persona, Stendhal, the anchor continued. He was well respected for patrolling crime-ridden areas that heroes often avoided. It's infuriating to think the commission forced a well-liked vigilante into becoming a killer. We need a change in the commission, which seems to create more problems than it solves. In a meeting of heroes, Nizu turned off the news, his expression grave. I have to admit, I didn't know about Stain's history either. But I agree with that news anchor. The commission needs a change in leadership. The only way to regain the public's trust is to clean house and make the commission more transparent. Eraserhead nodded thoughtfully. If we're going to tackle the corruption in the commission, I propose we contact Azrael. His ability to expose a person's crimes would be invaluable, and having his support could help us regain public trust. All Might chimed in, I agree. His abilities could help us avoid missing anything important and might pave the way for future cooperation. Nizu considered their suggestions. Would you be willing to approach him, All Might? I don't mind, but why just me? All Might asked. Primarily because Stain seems to respect you, Nizu replied. If you want to bring someone else, Eraserhead would be the only other safe choice, given his underground hero status. Eraserhead shrugged. That makes sense. I can't really be a fake if I avoid the limelight. When do you want us to meet with him? All Might asked. As soon as possible, Nizu said. We need to act quickly to prevent the commission from doing anything reckless. Let's go now then, Eraserhead said, eager to get it over with. Midnight interjected, are you sure it's safe to go to his property? He seems very protective of everyone there. If he thinks you have bad intentions, he might react aggressively. I don't think we need to worry too much, All Might reassured her. With his ability to sense lies, he'll know we're telling the truth. Nizu added, just wear body cameras and earpieces so we can monitor you. I recommend going to the apartment first, he tends to be there a lot. The two heroes agreed and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Izuku turned off the news and glanced at Stain. What do you think, Stain? They seem to have finally heard you. Stain smiled. Yes, they finally listened. Without the commission able to silence me, it feels good to see that. Toga chimed in, the commission seems pretty screwed right now. Mustard nodded. They can't avoid this. There's too much evidence of their corruption out in the open. Slime pondered aloud, I wonder what the heroes will do. They'll have to pick a side. A side? Toga asked, confused. Dabi clarified, they'll have to choose whether to follow the commission's orders or help clean it out. Izuku added, there will probably be a minority of heroes, those whose crimes the commission covered up, who will stick with them. The rest will likely try to help clean up the commission to regain public trust. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. I'll get that. Keep an eye on Eri for me, please, Izuku said as he stood up. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see All Might and Eraserhead standing there. What brings you two here this evening? He asked, noting that they weren't in their hero costumes. All Might spoke first. We're looking to have a chat with Azrael. Could you please bring us to him? Eraserhead added, and who might you be? I don't recall seeing you in any of his videos. Izuku replied, I own the property you're currently on. Why do you want to talk to him? The heroes exchanged surprised glances. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. You're definitely too young to own property. I was legally emancipated upon my mother's death, Izuku explained. I'm free to do as I like. All Might continued. We were hoping Azrael would be willing to assist us in dealing with the commission. His ability to expose a person's crimes would be incredibly helpful. Izuku paused for a moment before stepping aside to let them in. Once inside, he closed the door and led them to the common area where everyone was gathered. Everyone, it seems the heroes have come to ask for help, Izuku announced. Meet All Might and Eraserhead. He gestured for the heroes to sit on one of the sofas. The others looked at Stain, who reassured them, relax, I respect them both. All Might is one of the most respected heroes out there, and I know Eraserhead is an underground hero who actively avoids the news. Eri, seeing new faces for the first time, climbed onto Izuku's lap for comfort. All Might looked around the room. So where is Azrael? And it appears there's another face here I don't recognize. Eraserhead scrutinized Izuku. Judging by your unique hair, I'm guessing you used to be the sludge villain. As the heroes spoke, Stain noticed something unusual, a pair of light chains hidden behind All Might and Eraserhead, ready to ensnare them if necessary. Dabi suspected they were there to protect Slime, knowing how protective Izuku could be. Izuku's voice cut through the tension. Is there a problem with that? There was a slight edge to his tone, surprising the heroes. Through their earpieces, Nizu instructed them to put Izuku on loudspeaker so everyone could hear. I have to ask, are you Azrael? Izuku chuckled, allowing the light chains to reveal themselves, shocking the heroes. Well done, Nizu. You guessed right. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. What was with the chains? I'm very protective of everyone here, Izuku admitted. When you mentioned slime, I got worried you might say or do something rude, so I had them ready to choke you out if necessary. The heroes exchanged glances, realizing just how serious Izuku was about protecting his friends. Eraserhead remarked, he's really overprotective sometimes. Wow, now that's what you call protective, All Might added, shaking his head in disbelief. Eraserhead continued, I was surprised to see him here since you didn't have the apartment building when you helped him. Izuku explained, I didn't, but after I bought it, I spent time tracking him down to check on him. I finally got in touch with him a few days after I met Mustard. Nizu interjected, so, would you be willing to help us? Izuku nodded, but with conditions. Only on a couple of conditions. Nizu raised an eyebrow. And what would those be? First, you cannot attempt to arrest me during the days I help you. You must not harm or arrest anyone in this house. I will record everything I do to expose the Commission's secrets, and I'll point out any heroes I see who have done anything wrong. And I must inform you that my punishment for any form of child abuse will not change. If anyone is too bad, I will make them look me in the eyes to experience what they made others go through. Eraserhead asked, and the punishment you give child abusers is? Izuku replied coldly, if it's a guy, I look them in the eyes, ruin or disable their quirk if it's strong or dangerous, and then shoot him in the crotch. For a female, I do the same, but instead of shooting, I use my knowledge of anatomy to damage their womb and ovaries, making it hard for them to have children and causing them a lot of pain. The heroes and Stain exchanged shocked glances. Izuku added, I haven't hidden that I've done this to all the people I've met who abuse children. Just ask Endeavor. The heroes were taken aback, clearly unaware of the extent of Izuku's actions. Wait, you didn't know I basically shot his nuts off? Izuku asked, surprised by their reactions. All Might shook his head, clearly shocked. Nizu spoke up, I can agree with all these terms, but I have a question. Why didn't you have wings when you answered the door? First, I'm glad you agreed to my terms. Just so you know, this whole conversation has been recorded. And come on, Nizu, you're supposed to be one of the smartest beings alive. Here's a hint, I can control light. Nizu's eyes widened. You made them invisible? That's genius. I don't mind that you have this recorded. Izuku asked, so when are you planning to take down the commission? Nizu hesitated before answering, I think we should do it as soon as possible. Today or tomorrow, so the commission president doesn't do anything stupid out of desperation. Izuku nodded. I can see them doing that now that they've been pushed into a corner. Eraserhead suggested, let's do it early tomorrow morning, so you have time to gather as many heroes as possible, Nizu. Yes, better safe than sorry, Nizu agreed. Izuku added, I have a feeling that even after showing their memories, the commission president will still claim innocence or justify their actions. All Might sighed. That's a very real possibility. Some people just can't or won't take responsibility for their actions. Nizu stood up. I'll leave now to start gathering more manpower for this. He exited the room, leaving the other heroes in silence, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Izuku broke the silence. Now that the big business is taken care of, does anyone want a drink or snack? Most people declined, but Toga asked for tea and biscuits, Eri requested apple juice, and Eraserhead wanted coffee. Izuku stood up, lifting Eri from his lap and placing her next to Slime, asking him to keep an eye on her. Once Izuku left the room, Eraserhead turned to the others. So, how has it been since you started living here? Toga beamed. Oh, I've loved it. This is the first place where nobody has treated me poorly or like I'm different from anyone else. Mustard nodded in agreement. Yes, everyone here can relate to that. Izuku is a very nice person, just protective. Slime added, I will admit that Izuku is probably the first person since I got my quirk to treat me like a human. Dabi chimed in, I have a lot of respect for him. He goes above and beyond to help when he believes it's needed. Stain, who had only been there for a couple of days, remarked, I think he could act a bit more his age. He seems a bit too mature. Just then, Izuku returned with drinks and snacks. I'm glad you're all enjoying living here so far. And Stain, I've always been more mature than my age. Living on my own and witnessing the terrible things people do has shaped me. He turned to Eri. Do you want to sit with me again, or stay with Slime? I'll stay with Big Brother if that's okay, Papa, Eri replied. Of course it is, sweetie. Here's your apple juice. He handed it to her, looking at Slime. Is that okay with you? Of course, Slime said. I'll always be willing to watch over her. Izuku chuckled and sat down. All Might observed, you seem to really care for the little one, Slime. Yes, Slime replied. Almost everyone has treated me poorly my whole life, but Eri here didn't get scared of me when she learned about my past. She even sympathized with me, something my own parents couldn't do. Eraserhead nodded. I'm happy you found a place where you feel welcome. Izuku then asked, what do you all think about what happened with Endeavor? Both Slime and Dabi shifted uncomfortably. Eraserhead spoke first. I always said he wasn't fit to be a hero, but I didn't think he was that bad. After seeing his memories, I can say I don't feel bad for him at all. All Might added, I don't understand how he became so twisted. We went to UA together, and I never thought he would do something so terrible. Dabi explained, he became obsessed with being number one. He couldn't handle being in second place. They continued discussing for nearly an hour before Nizu returned. I've contacted multiple trustworthy heroes and even a friend of mine who has a lie detector quirk. This will help validate that you can truly tell when someone is lying. Are you okay with tomorrow around 7 a.m. for this operation, Azrael? Sure, I'd be happy to get this done, Izuku replied. You'll need to restructure the commission afterward, definitely making it more transparent to the public. Nizu nodded. We've already agreed that a lot will need to change for the public to start trusting us again. Izuku added, I'm sorry for the good heroes who will be negatively affected, but this needs to happen. I won't let this injustice go unpunished just because it points out flaws in society and the system. Nizu reassured him, I'm not blaming you for this. It's something that would have been a problem eventually. The next morning, outside the commission building, the heroes, Detective, and Azrael waited for the signal to rush in and arrest everyone while exposing the guilty parties. Izuku assessed the security. The guards are a mixed bag. One is just a normal person with no significant crimes, but the other has used his position to steal money and assault people without punishment. The detective nodded. So far, he's telling the truth. When they received the signal from Nizu, the heroes stormed the building from both exits, ensuring no one could escape. Fortunately, most of the individuals Izuku observed had only minor offenses, but when they reached the president's office, They were shocked to find 4 notorious villains who were supposed to be in high-security prisons. Did the president really release these dangerous criminals just to protect himself from accountability? Izuku asked, genuinely astonished. The heroes stood in stunned silence. Izuku continued, "Let me tell you about these villains and their quirks. First, we have wheezing, whose quirk can induce severe coughing fits through skin contact. Then there's Killer Wasp, who can grow poisonous stingers. Next is Puppet Emissary, who can control human-shaped dolls with strings from her body. Lastly, there's Cannibal Beast, who can transform into a powerful humanoid bear. All 4 should be serving life sentences with body counts in the triple digits." Wasp sneered, "So you know who we are. What's that going to do for you?" Wheezing added, "Yeah, we're some of the hardest villains for you heroes to catch, and now we're working together. Good luck." Beast liked his lips. "I can't wait to taste flesh again. It's been so long since I've eaten anyone." Puppet MSTR rolled her eyes. "Let's just get this over with. I don't want to work with that man more than I have to." Izuku sighed. "Let's get this over with. You guys are more annoying than anything, you're not strong." Beast growled, "What did you say about me, you little punk?" He charged at Izuku, transforming into his bear form. "I'll show you weak." With a swift motion, Izuku sent Beast flying backward. The other villains looked on in shock and annoyance. Wasp scoffed, "Stop being dramatic." But when Beast started coughing up blood, he was taken aback. Izuku glared at them. "I've always hated those who harm children. Seeing you take pleasure in eating them alive is pushing me to my limits." Present Mick's voice echoed through the comms. "He did what, 2 children?" Izuku clenched his teeth. Before he was arrested, he took pleasure in eating children alive, making them die from blood loss or shock. The heroes reacted with shock, disgust, and anger. Even the other villains looked horrified. Izuku summoned his holy light sword and pistol. "Before we continue, I should mention that my weapons deal more damage based on how evil you are and how many crimes you've committed." The villains exchanged nervous glances, realizing the weight of their actions. Eraserhead declared, "I'll handle Puppet Emissary. I can ensure she doesn't control anyone." Ectoplasm added, "I'll take Wheezing. He won't be a danger to me with my clones." Izuku nodded. "Okay, I'll deal with Wasp and Beast since they won't be a problem for me." With their roles established, they began their fights. Izuku charged at Wasp, swinging his blade. Wasp barely dodged, but the blade nicked him. "Sheet! Why does such a small cut hurt so much?" Wasp yelled. Izuku smirked. "I told you, my weapons deal more damage to evil people. And they also increase the pain of any injuries I inflict based on your level of evil." Both villains exchanged worried glances. Wasp turned to Beast. "We need to work together to beat this guy." "Fine," Beast growled. "Let's get this over with." They rushed at Izuku, determined to take him down together. Beast lunged at Izuku, his claws slashing through the air with deadly intent. However, Izuku deftly dodged each attack, his movements fluid and precise. Seizing the opportunity, he shot a blast of energy that struck Beast in the shoulders. Thinking Izuku was distracted, Wasp attempted to stab him with his stingers. But Izuku quickly conjured a wall of light, blocking the attack before retaliating with a shot to Wasp's kneecap. As both villains writhed in pain, light chains suddenly enveloped them, binding them in place. Izuku took advantage of their distraction to stab Beast through the leg, leaving his sword embedded there. "I'll leave that there while I help deal with the other 2, he said, turning his attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, Eraserhead rushed toward Puppet Emissary, who was struggling to control him. Activating his quirk, he closed the distance between them. Confusion flickered across her face as she realized her powers were ineffective. When Eraserhead stood before her, she understood that her reliance on controlling others left her powerless in a direct confrontation. Before she could react, he bound her with his scarf and delivered a flurry of punches that knocked her out cold. Noticing Izuku heading toward Ectoplasm, Eraserhead followed after securing Puppet Emissary with core-canceling HNDCFFS. Unlike the others, Ectoplasm began creating clones instead of rushing into battle. After recovering from the initial shock of the clone onslaught, he fought back, demonstrating his skill. One of the reasons I was so hard to capture was that a good fighter with a contact quirk like mine is tough for most heroes to beat. He wheezed, dodging and countering the clones. If I touch you, you start wheezing and coughing, making it harder for you to fight back. As ectoplasm battled, the clones began to falter, breaking down after sustaining a few hits. He decided to hold off until one of the other heroes finished their fight. Just then, light chains appeared behind him, rapidly binding him before he could react. "Good job holding him back," Izuku said, stepping forward. "You made a smart choice waiting for backup. He has the second highest body count of all 4 of them, which is quite an achievement considering the highest was a cannibal who only ate human flesh." Eraserhead, who had just arrived, nodded in agreement. "I helped with the original arrest of wheezing over there. Even without his quirk, he can put up a good fight. His quirk complements close quarters combat. I'll alter all their quirks so that if they ever regain freedom, they won't pose a danger," Izuku declared, moving toward wheezing. He began to change wheezing's quirk, explaining the modifications. "The changes I made are, 1. Every time you use your quirk, it will be 5 times as harmful to you, so you'll always pass out before your victim. 2. You need to make contact with all 5 fingers for it to trigger. 3. You must maintain uninterrupted contact for at least 10 seconds. Wheezing's eyes widened in disbelief. "You made my quirk useless?" "Yes, you definitely deserve it," Izuku replied coldly. "Now look into my eyes, and I won't stab you with my light dagger." Seeing the pain Beast was in, Wheezing complied, and soon he began to scream and cough, eventually passing out. Eraserhead quickly cuffed him before Izuku moved to puppet her, waking her up to explain the changes to her quirk. "The changes I made for your quirk are, 1. You can only control one object or one weak person. 2. You will feel all the damage that the thing you control suffers. 3. If the person you try to control is stronger than you, they can reverse the effect and control you instead." Puppet Mstr frowned. "So you made my quirk useless and too dangerous to use." "Wonderful." "Yes," Izuku said, his tone unwavering. "You had an amazing quirk and used it to hurt people for your own amusement. You deserve to lose it. Now look into my eyes." Unaware of what had happened to Wheezing, she complied and underwent a similar torment, crying before passing out. Izuku then turned his attention to Wasp, ready to impose a special punishment. "Now your changes are, 1. Every time you try to grow a stinger, it will break through your skin, leaving a bloody hole. 2. When you grow a stinger, it will grow randomly instead of where you want. 3. Your poison will only affect you, making you more sensitive to pain when you create a stinger." Wasp's voice was defeated. "Well shit. I guess I'll be quirkless from now on." Izuku chuckled darkly. "You shouldn't be too sad. Compared to what I will do to Beast, yours will seem light. Now look into my eyes." Wasp, knowing what was coming, chose to comply, fearing what would happen to Beast. After he passed out, Izuku turned to Beast, his expression grim. "Might not be able to kill you, but I can make your punishment worse than it is now. Let's start with ruining your quirk so that using it becomes the last thing you want to do. The changes I will make are, 1. When you activate your quirk, you will become unbearably itchy and start to tear your skin off uncontrollably, revealing your transformation beneath. This will be painful and you will never get used to it. 2. You will not gain any strength from your transformation. It will only be a visual change. 3. You will be forced to transform every full moon, just like the legends of werewolves, ensuring you experience the pain." The room fell silent, shocked by Izuku's brutality. He continued, "Now, time for your current punishment." He shot Beast in the groin, forcing him to look into his eyes. After Beast passed out, Izuku addressed the heroes. "I can see the shock on your faces. If you had to witness all his memories, where he took pleasure in eating children alive, you would want nothing more than to kill him. Now cuff him, and we will go arrest the president. But let me go through the door first with a light wall up. They might shoot as soon as the door opens, and I'd like to avoid healing one of you." Both heroes remained silent but agreed, understanding the necessity of Izuku's approach. Once they finished cuffing the villains, they called for backup from other heroes and police officers on the lower floors. As they approached the president's office, Izuku stepped in front of the heroes and created a light wall before opening the door. His caution proved wise as they were greeted by a barrage of bullets from wall-mounted guns that continued firing until empty. Izuku maintained the light wall around them as he advanced toward the commission president. God, you are a creepy-looking being. I don't know why anyone would be shocked to find out you're a bad person, Izuku remarked. The president glared at him. Azrael, why must you ruin my plans? You could have been anything with that quirk of yours. Why must you be in my way? Because I would rather die than ignore the injustice and corruption in society, particularly the kind you perpetuate. I know you've broken multiple laws and committed many evil acts to maintain your power. Now, are you going to come quietly, or will you fight an unwinnable battle? The president hesitated, then lifted his hand to use his quirk. Eraserhead quickly activated his own quirk, and Izuku bound the president with his light chains. Now hold still while I look into your eyes. If you are innocent and have never caused anyone pain, you should have nothing to worry about. After looking into the president's eyes, he began to scream for a solid 5 minutes before passing out. Well, that's probably the longest anyone has been affected by my karmic stare, so he's definitely a piece of work, Izuku said. Now, let's see what he tried to do with his quirk. After examining the president's quirk, Izuku noted, it appears he has a moderately powerful laser quirk, which means he wouldn't have harmed us, but my light wall would have deflected it instead of stopping it, potentially injuring someone else in the building. I'll just make his quirk a visual laser, like a laser pointer, instead of a laser cutter. They proceeded to take the president to the bottom floor, where Nizu and All Might awaited them. They recounted the events upstairs, detailing the villains the president had released and his attempts to attack them. He released multiple dangerous criminals just to avoid facing the consequences of his actions, All Might said, disbelief etched on his face. At least we don't have to worry about them again, Nizu added. Azrael, I must commend you on your habit of neutralizing the quirks of dangerous individuals. It makes sense as a punishment. If they use their quirk for evil, they don't deserve to keep it. Exactly, Izuku agreed. I only do this for those with strong or dangerous quirks who have committed serious offenses. If someone has done something wrong but their quirk is weak or unremarkable, I simply make it so they can't activate it. Nizu nodded. Now, I must inform you that the news is just outside and will want to speak with you once you leave the building. I know we aren't done with this yet. You can call me to tell me where and when you want me to review their crimes and identify the innocent, Izuku replied. Yes, it's better to handle them at the police station in a controlled environment. I'll send you a text with the location for tomorrow so we can wrap this up quickly. Okay, I'll talk to the news outside and then leave. I want to check on everyone and see Eri. I need something to distract me from my meeting with Beast. As Izuku prepared to leave, Nizu asked, will you be answering any of their queries, or are you just going to leave quickly? I'll answer a few questions before I go. I don't want to be rude, Izuku replied, stepping outside to face the gathered news crews. The reporters, still reeling from the revelation that Azrael was involved in the operation, began shouting questions. Okay, people, I'll answer a few questions before I head home. I just witnessed some terrible things and want to spend time with my daughter, so discuss among yourselves to decide the most important questions to ask, or I'll pick people at random. The reporters quickly organized themselves, and the first question came from a random news reporter. Why are you working with the heroes on this operation? I was asked to help provide proof of who has and hasn't broken the law. I agreed because I thought the commission president might do something desperate if left alone too long. Sadly, we were still a bit too slow. How were you too slow? Another reporter pressed. The commission president thought it was a smart idea to release 4 dangerous criminals into his custody. Before we could reach his office, I and 2 heroes had to deal with them. The reporters gasped, shocked by the revelation. Who were the criminals he released? They were Wheezing Cough, Puppet, Killer Wasp, and Cannibal Beast. The reporters exchanged glances, some recognizing the names. Seeing some of your faces, I can assume at least some of you know of them. All I'll say is they are no longer a danger to the public since I made their quirks, if not useless, then at least more dangerous to themselves than to others. Once the reporters calmed down, another question arose. Is this all finished now? Sadly, not yet. Tomorrow, after everyone here has been moved to a secure police station, I will work with a detective who has a lie detector quirk to help prove who is guilty of what. After that, it will be up to the heroes to address the commission. One suggestion I recommend is to make the commission more transparent. Another would be to allow the public to vote every 5 years on whether the current president should keep their position or be replaced. This would help ensure the president works for the people. The reporters nodded, acknowledging the merit of his suggestions. I'll answer 1 or 2 more questions before leaving, okay? Though disappointed, the reporters understood and accepted his decision. Once this is resolved, will you still work as a vigilante? Unless I have a reason to quit, I will continue being a vigilante. I also know that both Stain and Dobby will likely remain vigilantes as well. It helps keep the heroes honest if there are people out there to hold them accountable. Will Stain still kill? I don't think so. He only resorted to killing when he couldn't get the heroes who broke the law arrested or punished by the commission. He has told me that the commission always deleted any proof he tried to post online. Now that the commission is dealt with, he can return to his previous methods. Plus, I'll be helping him post any information online, so there's little chance of his evidence being deleted again. I'll be leaving now. I want to go spend time with Eri. Oh, and once this is all finished, I'll upload the videos of the commission takedown and the interactions. The reporters were pleased to hear that Stain would stop killing and that there would be a video documenting everything that had transpired in the commission building. Izuku took to the skies, flying home. Upon arriving at the apartment building, he found everyone gathered in the common room, watching the news, which was featuring his interview. Sorry about that, Stain, if my words put you in a corner. But I believe you don't need to kill anymore. Like I said, I'll help you post your proof so the public will know of it. Heck, I'll even upgrade your quirk and mess with the quirks of the people you bring to me if they are evil enough, he offered. Stain, initially startled, replied, I'm not mad. I only killed because I had no other choice. It was either kill them or let them continue to break the law and hurt more people. We'll talk more later. I need to spend some time with Eri to help clear my mind of the memories I saw from one of the villains I dealt with today. What did he do to piss you off so much? Mustard asked. Izuku sighed. Here, I'll connect the recording of the raid to the TV so you can hear me telling the heroes I was with at the time. He replaced the drone's memory card with a new one, connecting the old one to the TV. As the video began to play, he took Eri for a walk. While he was out, everyone else watched the footage. When it concluded, Slime spoke up, disgust and anger evident in his voice. He did what? Out of everyone in the prison, the commission chose someone whose main target was children? What the hell were they thinking? Calm down, Slime, Stain urged. I understand your anger, but take a deep breath. I'm sorry for shouting. I'm just shocked, angry, and confused. Why would they pick him out of all the people in prison? I can only guess it was a combination of his strong quirk and Izuku's well-known hatred for those who hurt children. In the video, he clearly expresses his longing to kill him, and you can see his anger through the punishment he gave, Mustard speculated. I can understand his anger, Toga chimed in. Imagine watching a man take pleasure in eating multiple kids alive. Dobby nodded. Yes, I can see how that would affect him. Even as a child, he could tell when he was being lied to. Watching people commit crimes would definitely have an impact. He mentioned maturing faster because of it, which is understandable. He has much better self-control than I do. If I had seen all that, I would have killed him. Meanwhile, Izuku walked with Eri on his shoulders. As they passed an alleyway, Eri pointed and said, Papa, do you hear that? I think it's coming from over there. Izuku paused, listening intently. He heard muffled shouts and the sound of someone being hit. Concerned, he activated his drone to record before heading into the alley. There, he found a hero attacking a young man, who appeared to be around 17 or 19, with a mutant quirk. Stupid mutant filth. I don't care that you were attacked. Don't ask me for help. You creatures are below us humans and need to learn that. Electro spat. Eri, stay here. I need to help him, Izuku instructed, moving toward the victim, who was barely conscious. Eri nodded, watching closely. Izuku approached the young man, who looked up and smiled weakly before passing out. Izuku healed his wounds, leaving him asleep on a makeshift bed of holy light. Turning to confront Electro, Izuku said, "I just came out here for a walk with my daughter to clear my head after witnessing something horrible, but instead, I find something else horrible. Let's see what crimes you've committed." He delved into Electro's memories, revealing the extent of his misdeeds. He had attacked and abused over 20 people with mutant quirks, killed 3 of them, and raped 4 women. "Well, I can say you are a total piece of shit," Izuku declared. "People shouldn't be defined by their quirks. They had no choice in the matter. All that should matter is how they act. Now, let's see what your quirk is and how I will ruin it." After examining Electro's quirk, he stated, "Your quirk is called electroshock, allowing you to produce and manipulate electricity. The changes I will make are, 1. You are no longer immune to your own electricity and will feel more pain than your target. 2. You can no longer manipulate it, so it will spread randomly when you try to use it. 3. It will become much harder to release your electricity, and it will be weaker when you do." As Izuku prepared to knock him out, Electro shouted, "You made my quirk useless. I won't be able to be a hero anymore, you bastard." Izuku glared at Electro, his voice steady but filled with conviction. "You were never a hero, you were a fake, and you know it. Even if I hadn't ruined your quirk, you wouldn't be a hero anymore once I show this video to others." Electro, taken aback, stammered, "Why do you even care about what I do to those creatures?" Annoyed by his stupid voice, Izuku punched him squarely in the face, knocking him out cold. He turned to Eri, asking for his phone back, and quickly dialed Nizu. "I'll be sending you a video. Please send someone to pick up the hero." After watching the video, Nizu responded, "I will send someone to retrieve him now. Are you going to take the victim somewhere?" "I'll bring him home with me for now," Izuku replied. The hero claims the victim originally approached him for help after being attacked by someone else. "I want to see if I can assist him with that. But don't worry, I'll still be at the station tomorrow. Just don't forget to send me the location I need to go to." After hanging up, Izuku waited for Nizu's response. To his surprise, Nizu sent 3 of Ectoplasm's clones to take Electro away. Izuku handed him over and then lifted Eri back onto his shoulders, carrying the victim as he made his way home. Upon entering the apartment, he found Dabi just finishing a conversation. "Guys, we're back with an unexpected guest," Izuku announced. As he stepped into the living room, he noticed the expressions on their faces. "I know how aggravating what that man and the commission president did can be, but don't let it get to you too much. At least they've been dealt with?" Dabi raised an eyebrow. "Who is he?" "I don't know yet," Izuku admitted. "I just saved him from a fake hero who was attacking him because of how he looked." This revelation instantly angered Dabi, Stain, and Slime. So a fake was attacking someone during the day? Was he stupid? Stain asked, his voice laced with disbelief. "Oh, he definitely was a stupid piece of shit," Izuku replied. "Slime, could you take Eri off my shoulders, please? I'll put him in one of the unoccupied rooms for now, and then I'll make you all something to eat, okay?" They agreed, appreciating the offer. After placing the victim in a room, Izuku returned to the living room. "Now that he's sleeping, I'll make everyone something to eat," he said. "Wait, before that, what happened exactly?" Izuku connected his drone to the TV and played the video while heading to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Nizu was at the police station, sorting things out for the next day when he received Izuku's call. Recognizing the number, he called over some heroes assisting at the station, including Ectoplasm, Hound Dog, and Gang Orca. Once they gathered, Nizu answered the call, putting it on speaker. "Azrael, what do I owe this call?" "I thought you were spending time with your daughter." "I was, until I found something that just set me off," Izuku replied. "I was taking a walk with her when she pointed out a noise coming from an alleyway nearby. I started my drone and went to check it out. Instead of narrating everything that happened, I'll send you a copy of the video now. Once you're done watching, I want you to call me back." After hanging up, he sent the video. Nizu, upon receiving the notification, turned to the other heroes. "This is not good." He was already quite annoyed and angry after seeing those criminals' memories, and now something else unpleasant has appeared. "I'll connect my phone to one of the computers so we can all see what he sent." The heroes agreed and moved to an unoccupied computer. After watching the video, which included the heroes' memories, Gang Orca was the first to react. What the hell? He was a hero. Why would he do all that? It's terrible. Hound Dog, clearly angry and disgusted, tried to calm him down. Calm down, Gang. I understand your anger, but we are in a police station. Yes, sorry. I'm just shocked and angry that a hero would do all that, Gang Orca replied. Nizu then called Azrael back. I assume you've watched the video I sent you? Yes, it's infuriating to know a hero was doing things like that, Nizu said. Once everything with the commission is resolved, I recommend looking into other heroes. I don't think he will be the only one with this mindset, Izuku warned. I need you to send someone to pick him up. I'll wait here until they arrive. Is that okay? That will be fine. Can I send over 3 of Ectoplasm's clones to pick him up? Nizu asked. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to ensure he's punished for what he's done. It will send a message to others with this mindset that they will still face consequences for their actions. Just then, Ectoplasm's clones returned and briefed them on their conversation with Azrael. Nizu pondered aloud, so his group might have gained another member, a victim of today's society? Look at the bright side, Hound Dog interjected. Everyone he has helped and is staying with seems well taken care of. From the video where All Might and Eraserhead visited their home, Azrael seems to genuinely care for them, even if he is a bit too protective. While that is true, and I'm glad he's helping those wronged by society, it also means he will likely post this video about this failure of a hero online. That will bring even more of society's problems to light, increasing the tension we already have. I think tomorrow I'll ask him to delay releasing those videos until we can sort out the situation with the commission first, Nizu concluded. Do you think he will listen? Gang Orca asked. He hasn't given me a reason to believe he's unreasonable. He seems like the kind of person who would consider my request. He doesn't rush into things that could worsen a situation, Nizu replied. The heroes nodded in agreement and returned to their tasks. Meanwhile, back in the apartment, everyone was reacting to the video. Toga, a mix of disgust, anger, and sadness on her face, exclaimed, "He did all those terrible things just because of how they looked. Is he stupid? No matter how they look, they are still people. What is wrong with him?" Calm down, Toga, Mustard urged. While I agree with you, remember one of his victims is upstairs sleeping. Sorry, I'm just shocked someone would do such evil things just because someone looks different. It's disgusting, Toga replied. Sadly, this mindset is more common than you would think, Slime added, his tone somber. Everyone recalled that Slime had once had a mutant quirk. OMG, Slime, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say anything to hurt you, Toga said, her panic evident. It's fine, Toga. I know you didn't mean anything bad. I'm just saying that even though it might be a shock, this mindset is not as uncommon as you think, Slime reassured her. Izuku walked into the room, ready to announce that the food was ready, but he noticed the tension and decided to address it. Yes, I'm sad to say that Slime is right. This mindset is more common than anyone should be comfortable with. Sometimes, people just can't deal with someone being different from themselves. Now, come on, the food is ready. You too, stop hiding over there and come eat. The victim, who had been quietly observing, stepped out from around the corner. So you knew I was here and listening? Yeah, but I figured you were just trying to understand all of our characters. Now come on, everyone, I don't want the food to get cold, Izuku urged. Though hesitant, the victim decided to go along with it for now. Once they reached the kitchen, Izuku smiled. I hope you all enjoy it. After they finished eating, they gathered in the common area. Izuku looked directly at the victim. So, what is your name? Are you willing to tell us your story? And if you are, can I record it? The victim hesitated. Well, first off, my name. Just call me Spinner. I abandoned my name a while ago. As for telling my story, why do you want to know, and why do you want to record it? Because I heard what that fake was saying about why you spoke to him in the first place, about how you were reporting how you got attacked by someone. The reason I want to record it is that if your story is posted online, it might help bring more attention to the problems mutant quirk holders are facing, Izuku explained. Fine. I have nothing to lose anyway, Spinner said, and Izuku began recording. Now, where to begin? Well, let's see. I was born with my mutations, and my parents didn't like it, which in turn made them dislike me. My mother could cling to surfaces, while my father could cover his skin temporarily with scales and sharpen his nails. My quirk is a fusion of those aspects, along with some additional traits. Even though it's basically their quirks that made me like this, they still hated how I looked. They didn't hide this dislike, and as I got older, the mistreatment I received turned more violent and abusive. Finally, when I was 15, they kicked me out of the house and told me never to come back. I spent the last 2.5 years fending for myself while dealing with the mistreatment mutant quirk holders receive. As he spoke, he looked down, and when he finally met their gazes, he was surprised to see their sympathetic expressions. Slime, Toga, and Mustard looked understanding, having experienced similar situations. Stain remained stoic, though his anger lingered, while Dobby's expression was a mix of sympathy and rage. There's no need to be shocked by everyone's reaction. Most of them have experienced something similar, so they can sympathize with you. I'm sorry you had such terrible parents. What happened that made you go to that fake for help? Izuku asked gently. Well, I have an under-the-table job to earn some money, and I was paid, so I was going to buy some food. But on my way to the store, I was spotted by some mutant haters. They jumped me and robbed me. When I saw a hero nearby, I went to ask for help since I needed that money. But you know how that turned out for me, Spinner recounted, his voice heavy with emotion. That's terrible, Izuku said. Are you treated fairly at your job at least? No, but it was the only place that would hire an underage mutant. I'm looked down upon and underpaid, but being paid half as much as I'm owed is still better than not being paid at all, Spinner replied. Well, if you want to, you can stay here, Izuku offered. Spinner looked apprehensive. Are you sure? I wouldn't want to bring you trouble. If people find out you're helping a mutant like me, you'll gain some haters and criticism. I don't care, Izuku stated firmly. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I help people because I want to. I don't care if the whole world hates me. I do what I do because it's right, not for fame. I only post my videos so people can see the truth of what happened. If someone gives me shit for helping you, then they're a bad person. Then please, I don't know what I'll do for the next 2 weeks with my pay stolen. I don't have any money for food or water, Spinner said, desperation creeping into his voice. That's fine. The room you woke up in is yours. As long as you're not rude to everyone else and don't destroy the place, you can stay as long as you want, Izuku assured him. Spinner hesitated before asking, I saw how you changed people's quirks. Could you make me look like a normal person? Izuku paused, contemplating the request. I won't change how you look. I'm fine with upgrading your quirk, but I won't change you. I changed Slime because his quirk made living a normal life hard. Literally, the only solid parts of his body were his teeth and eyes. You shouldn't change yourself just because some people are stupid. But why would I want to look different? Spinner questioned. I believe that sometimes you need to experience pain to help those in the same situation. I thought that about almost everyone here. You all have been hurt by the world for something you didn't choose or have no control over. I even wrote a song about it, Izuku explained. Ugh. Can we hear it? I want to hear it. Toga exclaimed. What about the rest of you? Izuku asked. I have to admit, I'm curious, Spinner said, and everyone else nodded in agreement. With a smile, Izuku began to sing and play his song, filling the room with his heartfelt melody. Izuku believed that sometimes it took someone who could relate, sympathize, and understand the pain others were going through to truly help them. He looked at Spinner, who seemed shocked by his words. I believe you can help others who have faced the mistreatment you have, he said earnestly. But how could I help? Spinner replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. My quirk is nothing special, and because of my living situation, I am not anything special physically. Izuku shook his head. The quirk doesn't matter. It's just another tool. Sorry to say this, Stain, but your quirk on its own isn't particularly strong. It's the work and training you put into it that made you as strong as you are today. Even without his quirk, Stain could still defeat multiple heroes. Stain nodded in agreement. You're right. My quirk isn't anything too strong or special. I had to train a lot to make good use of it. Izuku smiled, his offer still standing. Plus, my offer to upgrade your quirk still stands, along with yours, Stain. Spinner's curiosity piqued. Can I know what you would change first? Stain echoed his interest. I would like to know too. Okay, I'll start with you, Stain, Izuku replied. It might help Spinner feel a bit more secure if he sees it happen first, if that's okay? Yeah, that's fine. You've definitely earned my trust, Stain said. Thank you. I'll make sure not to break that trust. Now, let's see how I can upgrade your quirk. Izuku pondered for a moment. The changes I would make are as follows. First, the ability to paralyze anyone just by seeing their blood, instead of having to ingest it. This will come with the added effect of making your quirk even stronger when you do ingest the blood. Second, you will gain the ability to sense any blood around you and discern whether it is inside a person or outside the body. You can control this ability, turning it on and off as you wish. Finally, the most powerful change I can offer is the ability to control your own blood and imbue it with the effects of your quirk. This will also enable your body to produce and store more blood. What do you think? Is that okay, or do you want me to see if there are different changes you might prefer? I will say these changes have the most potential and power. Stain considered this. Those changes are great, but I must ask, what do you think about the second change? Izuku explained, one of the main reasons I chose that one is that it will allow you to sense everyone around you and determine if someone is injured and needs help. Since you mentioned wanting to start targeting villains more, being able to tell when someone needs assistance will be useful. Plus, it will enhance your stealth, as you'll be able to sense people without being visible to them. Stain nodded thoughtfully. That is a good point. I did think it might be something like that, but I appreciate the extra stealth. So sure, make those changes, please. Okay, I will warn you, it will be a bit uncomfortable with the changes your body is going through, but nothing painful, alright? Izuku said. Go ahead, I don't mind, Stain replied. As Izuku proceeded with the changes, Stain felt a warmth spreading through his body, more uncomfortable than painful. After a while, the process finished, and Izuku handed him some water. Thanks, Stain said, taking a sip. You were right, it wasn't painful, just uncomfortable. Now, Spinner, do you still want me to see how I could change your quirk? Remember, even if I check, you don't need to accept the changes if you don't like them, okay? Go ahead. I'm quite interested to see how you could change my quirk. It isn't really all that complicated, Spinner replied. Izuku nodded and began. Well, here we go. Some of these changes are really good, but some of them are terrible. It seems you were actually lucky with how your parents' quirks combined. But how else could my quirk have come out for you to say I was lucky? Spinner asked, intrigued. Izuku explained, one of the worst outcomes would have been that you inherited the intelligence of the lizard you take after. Another would have forced you to follow the instincts of the lizard, even against your will. Lastly, you would have had to shed your skin every couple of months, which would be slightly painful and very itchy. Everyone was shocked, and Spinner finally spoke up. Yes, you're not wrong. Those are much worse than what I have now. What are the good changes you would make? Izuku, sensing Spinner's genuine curiosity, began outlining the positive changes. First, the ability to use the traits of any lizard and even alter your body to gain their physical traits, like claws, tails, or even fangs and poison, either permanently or temporarily. Second, I will significantly strengthen your background benefits, making you stronger, faster, and improving your reaction time and instincts. Finally, this one is interesting because it takes one of those bad changes I mentioned and turns it into something powerful. I would give you the ability to shed your skin once every 4 months, healing any wounds you have, including missing limbs. That is an amazing change, Spinner said, impressed. But I have to ask 2 things. Will I have to shed, or is it a choice? And will any bad or annoying instincts be strengthened? No, the shedding is completely optional. The 4 months are just how long it will take to use it again. And no, I will only upgrade beneficial things. So, do you want the changes? Sure, I don't see a reason to say no, Spinner replied. Okay, I will warn you, you will be uncomfortable longer than Stain was since your changes are more extensive. That's fine. I'm no stranger to being uncomfortable, Spinner said confidently. As Izuku started the changes, he reassured Spinner that it would be worth it. Once he was done and Spinner was feeling better, he added, I recommend you start researching different lizards. Some of them are amazing, and with enough strength and control over your quirk, you could potentially even take on the traits of prehistoric lizards. Everyone was taken aback, and Spinner exclaimed, Why didn't you mention that before I picked? I didn't want you to make an impulsive decision based on the strength you might gain, but rather on what you truly want, Izuku explained. Understandable, Spinner replied. Izuku then said, I'm going to spend some time with Eri and edit all the videos I haven't released yet, mainly the commission raid. The next day, Izuku woke up early to head to the police station, following the address Nizu had sent him. Upon arrival, he found 3 people outside the station doors, 2 cops and an ectoplasm clone who informed him that he had been instructed to wait for Izuku's arrival to show him where to go. Okay then, show me the way. I think we all agree that this needs to be dealt with as fast as possible, Izuku said. The ectoplasm clone nodded and led him toward Nizu. Azrael, how good of you to show up so early for this, Nizu greeted him. I believe this needs to be done quickly. We don't want innocent people locked up longer than necessary, Izuku replied. I completely agree. Now follow me, we will meet the detective, and then I will bring you to all the rooms where we have the people, Nizu said, observing the drone that was following Azrael. For the next few hours, Nizu guided Izuku around the station. Izuku would recount the crimes of various individuals, and the detective would verify his claims before questioning the suspects about their actions. The truth would inevitably come to light, as they had no chance to escape accountability. After about 5 hours, they finished checking everyone, and Izuku made his way toward the exit. Before he could leave, Nizu called out to him. Azrael, before you go, I have a favor to ask. Could you hold off on releasing your videos about everything that happened with the hero and his victim until we have dealt with the commission situation, please? Izuku paused, considering Nizu's request. Fine. I know you're just trying to avoid the situation escalating and prevent too many problems from building up at once. But if it becomes obvious that the commission situation is taking too long to resolve, I will release them anyway. I'll wait, but just don't take advantage of my patience. That's fine. We plan to get this sorted out as soon as possible, Nizu assured him. Are you okay if I release the video of the commission raid, though? Izuku asked. Yes, that one can be released since the public is already aware of it, and some of the events that transpired. It won't worsen the situation. In fact, it might even help calm the public to see we are taking this seriously. But I would feel bad not releasing it for too long since I already informed the news reporters that I would. I will probably release it tomorrow. Goodbye for now, Nizu. Call me if something comes up that you think needs my help. Once Izuku got home, he shared everything that had happened, including his conversation with Nizu. It's fine. I understand why you would wait before releasing the videos. The tension is already high. We don't want it to get worse, Spinner said. Plus, there's a bright side to this, Izuku added. You two will have more time to train and get used to your upgraded quirks before the public learns about them. They all agreed that this was not a bad thing. A month later, Izuku sat at home with a sleeping Eri on his lap, reflecting on the events of the past month. A lot has happened this month, which is good. The news predictably went crazy when the video of the commission raid and interrogations were posted online. Many people were just as angry as I was that those villains were released by the commission, especially those who knew their past crimes. 2 weeks ago, Izuku had called Nizu upon noticing that the commission's restructuring was taking longer than expected. Nizu informed him that even after everything that had happened, some individuals were still fighting for more power, causing him to deal with a lot of annoying people. Annoyed by this, Izuku decided to pay these individuals a visit to see if any had committed crimes. He discovered that one was a corrupt politician who covered up crimes, accepted bribes, and abused his power while failing to keep any promises made to secure his position. Another was simply a man affected by the previous commission's corruption, determined to ensure the commission stayed on track. The last person was actually one of All for One's followers. Upon discovering this, Izuku wasted no time and knocked him out, then brought him to Nizu while providing all the information he had gathered. As a result, 2 of the candidates were arrested, while the one good candidate ended up as president, publicly recommended by Azrael. I still remember the reaction the news had to the other videos I released and some of the responses I saw online. It was frustrating to see some people actually defending that fake hero's actions, Izuku thought. Flashback 3 weeks to the day the news was discussing the videos he had released. Izuku was with everyone else in the apartment's common room. So you released the video of what happened with that fake hero and the conversation we had where you upgraded mine and Stain's quirks? Spinner asked. Yep. I have waited long enough to post them. I don't believe I need to wait any longer. Plus, I think this problem needs to be brought more into the light, Izuku replied. That is fair. You have waited 3 weeks to post them, and I agree that having a big name behind it will help the movements pushing for fair treatment for mutant quirk holders gain more traction, Mustard added. Stain nodded. That's true. I've seen it happen before. Sometimes all people need is someone significant in their corner to start pushing for change. As Stain finished speaking, the news began to play. Breaking news. Azrael has released 2 new videos with a note stating he didn't upload them until now because he was waiting for the situation with the commission to settle down before bringing another societal issue to light. Before we play the first video, I must warn the viewers that it contains some disturbing and difficult-to-watch content. The first video played, showing the moment Izuku and Eri found the fake hero attacking Spinner, along with the fake hero's words before Izuku intervened. It included Izuku's conversation with him and the punishment he imposed, ensuring the fake hero was taken by a trustworthy hero. Well, that was terrible, the news anchor said. I think most people would agree with me when I say I didn't realize the hatred for people with mutant quirks was so severe. The hero's obvious terrible behavior aside, it's shocking to hear that he believes his hero career was only destroyed when his quirk was ruined, not when his crimes were revealed on camera. It just shows how he didn't think he did anything wrong. The news then transitioned to the second video, which featured Izuku talking with Spinner, hearing his backstory, and the song Izuku sang for him, followed by the changes he made to Spinner's and Stain's quirks. That video had a lot of information to unpack. First of all, the fact that Spinner's parents treated him so poorly just because of his quirk, which is influenced by their own, is hypocritical. I also enjoyed this song and am happy to hear that Stain plans to return to working like he used to, without the killing. I must say, Azrael really goes all out when he upgrades or alters quirks. A couple of days later, while reading some of the disgusting comments people had posted about mutant quirk holders after he released his new videos, Izuku decided to write a song with a message for them. He set everything up and began recording, saying, "Hello everyone. I have written a song with a message for people with mutant quirks after seeing some of the terrible comments about them on my newer videos. Here we go. Don't apologize or feel bad because of what those ignorant people say. They have no right to judge you. You didn't choose to be born or how you look, so don't ever feel like you're in the wrong for it. Nobody has the right to judge you for something you had no choice in." After posting that video, Izuku glanced through the comments. The first few were from the usual haters, but he chose to ignore them. Instead, he focused on the positive responses, feeling a swell of happiness as he read how some people appreciated the song. Others, who admitted to having mutant quirks, expressed how touched they were by the message. I can say that this has been a productive month, Izuku reflected, and I'm happy the commission seems to be on the right path now. Meanwhile, in a hidden lab, All for One simmered with annoyance. His plan had been exposed, which he had anticipated, but it still irritated him. The more he upgrades quirks, the more I want them, he mused, grimacing at the thought. Too bad my body isn't strong enough to handle any more powerful quirks with all the injuries I've suffered. Just then, Stain and Dabi rushed into Izuku's house, startling Eri awake. "What has gotten into you two? Is everything okay?" Izuku asked, concern etching his features. "No time. Put on the news now." "It's an emergency," Dabi replied, urgency in his voice. Izuku, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned on the TV while hugging Eri to calm her down. The breaking news report revealed a peaceful protest advocating for the fair treatment of mutant quirk holders had been violently attacked by a villain wielding a mutant quirk. The chaos left everyone baffled as the villain rampaged, destroying everything in sight. Upon seeing this, Izuku jumped up and rushed toward the apartment building. He spotted Toga and Mustard, the first people he encountered as he entered. They were also glued to the news, so he didn't need to explain why he was placing Eri on the couch before rushing out of the building, shouting that he was going to help. As he neared the protest location, he could see the villain wreaking havoc. A protester shouted, "Who are you, and why are you doing this?" The villain sneered, "I guess I could tell you, but it's only fair if you die by my hand. My villain name is. Just call me Rage. I'm doing this because you're not a mutant like me. Obviously, if you non-mutants can hate us, we mutants can hate you right back. But we're doing this because we don't hate mutants," the protester retorted. "Like I care. I just want an excuse to attack." Rage shouted back. In a swift motion, he attempted to stomp on an injured civilian's head, but Izuku intervened, creating a light barrier just in time. He shot Rage in the shoulder, but the sudden movement forced him to shield the civilian instead of incapacitating the villain completely. "Sheet. That hurts, you piece of sheet," Rage screamed. "That's the point," Izuku replied, his voice steady. "Looking at your crimes and the reasons behind them, I can see you're a total piece of work. Also, can you drop the act? I know what you really look like. So you know. Good for you, but I won't be following your orders," Rage shot back defiantly. Just then, Stain rushed out from an alleyway and stabbed Rage in the other shoulder with a knife made of his blood, completely paralyzing him. "So you're sneak attacking and teaming up on me, Azrael? I thought you were strong, not a coward," Rage taunted, despite his predicament. "Sorry, but your petty little taunting won't change anything," Izuku replied. "I feel bad about the quick takedown, but we need to deal with you as quickly as possible. There are people who are hurt or trapped after your attack that need help." With that, Izuku knocked the villain out with a punch, sending him crashing to the pavement. He quickly tied him up with light and began healing everyone he could find, while Stain searched through buildings for those trapped. Dabi joined them, helping to extinguish the fires that had erupted during the chaos. As the situation calmed and the heroes and police wrapped up their efforts, Izuku was called over by Nizu, who stood with 2 police officers, a detective, and 2 news crews. "Azrael, I hope you don't mind if I ask you a couple of questions about the villain you have with you," Nizu said, gesturing to Rage, still tied up and floating behind him. "Not at all, Nizu. What would you like to know?" "I'll do my best to answer your questions," Izuku replied. Nizu nodded. "I guess I'll start with the big question. We spoke with the civilian you saved from being killed by him, and we're curious about your conversation with the villain. What did you mean when you said he doesn't really look like that?" "Oh, thanks for reminding me. I meant to weaken his quirk, and doing that will also answer your question," Izuku explained. He brought the villain in front of him, touched his head, and continued, "The reason I said that is because of the memories I saw, as well as his motive for today's attack. His real villain name is Shifting Face. His quirk is called Genetic Shifting. He can temporarily take on the form and physical characteristics of anyone he has a sample of DNA from. He doesn't have a mutant quirk. He was paid to attack this protest while pretending to be a mutant to escalate tensions and hatred between both sides." Izuku slapped the villain awake, addressing him directly. "I woke you up so you can hear how I will change your quirk. I will then show your memories to the 2 news cameras over there so everyone knows what you've done. I've already informed them that you are Shifting Face and not Rage. Now, the changes I will be making to your quirk are as follows. You can only alter a single part of your body at once. Every time you alter a part of your body, it will cause you immense pain, like broken bones and ripped flesh levels of pain. Even if you do alter a part of your body, it will be purely visual. You won't take on any of the characteristics of the person you're copying, no extra strength or powers, nothing like that. Just looks, not even voice." After changing his quirk, Izuku proceeded to show the villain's memories, revealing a long list of crimes. "So, the crimes you've committed are as follows. An unbelievable amount of identity theft, 30 counts of theft, 12 counts of murder, even before today's attack, 10 counts of RP, 15 counts of grave robbing, and multiple instances of getting people you impersonated in trouble or arrested for your crimes, plus various miscellaneous and minor offenses. As Izuku finished showcasing the villain's memories and listing his main crimes, the news crews were left in shock. "This man is a perfect example of a bad person," Izuku stated. His family was normal, and he had a good quirk with amazing potential, yet he still chose to be a bad person because he thought no one could provide proof of his actions due to his quirk. Remember, while power is a nice thing, it can corrupt you if you let it. No one is perfect, no one is invincible. At the end of the day, we are all human, and we all have flaws. But that's fine, it's our flaws that make us who we are. When you start to think of yourself as different or better than everyone else, that's when you stray from the path of good and into the corruption that power can bring. Everyone is the same, all might, me stain, even this villain here. We are all human, it's our actions, thoughts, and beliefs that differentiate us, but we are all, at the end of the day, the same. After delivering his message, Izuku handed the villain over to the police. Nizu then asked if he would be okay to check on everyone in one of the emergency evacuation bunkers and inform them that the situation was over and it was safe to come out. Izuku agreed and flew over to the bunker. Upon arriving, he entered the code Nizu had given him and opened the door to find many scared and worried faces. He noticed a lot of children among them and, after explaining the situation, asked why they were there. He learned that a nearby preschool had evacuated its youngest students, ensuring their safety. "Good choice," Izuku said. "You don't want to risk rushing through the panic with the children. They might get hurt, lost, or worse. So you made the right choice. Is anyone injured? If so, please let me know and I will heal you." A few people, including some children, approached him, and the worst injury he encountered was a broken arm. "Now that I've healed you, I will call Nizu to send some people to help everyone and let him know about the kids in case there have been any calls from their parents." After reassuring the people inside the emergency shelter that he would contact Nizu, Izuku stepped outside to ensure nothing blocked his phone signal. He called Nizu to update him on the situation, confirming that no one was injured. Nizu assured him that a group of police and heroes would be sent to assist everyone in the shelter. As he hung up, Izuku noticed a noise coming from an alleyway next to a slightly damaged shop and office building. Curiosity piqued, he checked the alley and found a little girl huddled in a corner, lucky to be undamaged. He approached her cautiously. "Hey little one, what are you doing here on your own? Are you injured?" he asked gently. At first startled, the child relaxed upon hearing the genuine concern in his voice. "I'm okay, mister, but what happened? I was just sleeping here and then woke up to loud sounds and screaming. I was too scared to leave, so I just stayed where I was." Izuku noticed the dirty and damaged pillow and blankets on the floor, and a wave of sadness washed over him. A homeless blind child, how could people just leave her on the streets? Someone must have seen her, why hadn't she been helped? "Can you tell me your name?" he asked softly. "My name is Noroi." "Mister, are you a hero?" "Not exactly. I'm Azrael, a vigilante." "Oh, I heard the adults talking about you. They said you were basically a hero at this point." Izuku smiled at that. "Now I have 3 questions for you. Would that be okay?" "Okay, I will try to answer. First, why were you named that?" he asked, knowing her name meant curse and puzzled as to why her parents would choose such a name. "Oh, when I asked Mama that, she said it was because Daddy left because of me, so I'm a curse and should be named as such." Izuku's heart ached for her. "Okay, second question, why do you keep smiling? Even when you told me about your mother, you didn't stop." "Why? I believe smiling will make me strong, and good girls must smile. That's what Mama said, and I want Mama to be happy." Izuku felt a deep sadness after hearing this. "Okay, last question, what happened to your eyes?" Noroi hesitated for a moment, her smile faltering. "Mama used to say she hates my eyes because they reminded her of Daddy. When she got her quirk, her eyes changed a bit, and Mama started calling me evil because of it. So to make her happy, she poured a mix of bleach and other chemicals into my eyes." Horrified and saddened, Izuku struggled to maintain his composure. "So where is your mama now?" he asked, wanting nothing more than to confront her. "I don't know. Mama dropped me off here and told me to stay until she came back, so I've been staying here like a good girl, though it has been a long time." Unable to hold back any longer, Izuku hugged her tightly. Mister, what are you doing? She asked, surprised. This is a hug. People give them when someone is sad or hurt, or to express love and care. You seem to need someone to care for your happiness. Listen, what your mother did was wrong, and I don't want you to be sad. But your mama isn't going to come get you. I can tell you know this but are lying to yourself. So cry. Children shouldn't hide their sadness. Cry and shout. Don't keep forcing yourself to smile. As he spoke, he felt her sobbing into his chest. Holding her close, he made his way back to the emergency bunker. When he walked in with a crying child, several adults looked worried and asked if everything was okay. Everything is okay. This little one is just coming to terms with some sad information. The heroes and police will be here soon, Izuku reassured them. He found an unoccupied spot on the floor and sat down, still comforting Noroi. Noticing the other children in the shelter were also scared and worried, he decided to distract them for a bit by singing a song. By the time Izuku finished comforting the child in his arms, he noticed that she had calmed down and fallen asleep. Looking around, he saw that several other children were beginning to look sleepy as well. A few minutes later, the help Nizu had sent arrived and got to work assisting everyone. One of the police officers approached Izuku to discuss transporting the child he held to the designated meeting point for families and evacuated citizens. There's no need, Izuku said firmly. She's homeless, so no one will be waiting for her. I'm going to look after her. His voice left no room for compromise, though he was unaware that the protective instinct he felt stemmed from the downside of the power he had gained from absorbing Eri's father's blessings. The officer, recognizing that Izuku wouldn't change his mind, decided to inform Nizu and let him handle the situation. After sorting out matters with the evacuees, Nizu approached Izuku. What's the situation with the little one you have with you? Why are you acting so protective of her? Realizing the truth in Nizu's observation, Izuku explained the blessings he had received and their unintended consequences, as well as the child's tragic story. Well, her mother was a terrible excuse for one, Nizu said, but I'm curious, how is being protective of children a downside? My guess is that it makes me more impulsive and less rational when it comes to protecting them, Izuku replied. Just a bit more reckless, really. Will you take good care of her? After hearing her story, I think she needs proper love from someone who cares. Izuku shot Nizu an annoyed look. Are you implying I can't provide that love and care? When I accept someone into my family, I do so knowing I would die for them if necessary to keep them safe and happy. I wasn't trying to offend you, Nizu replied. I've seen how you are with Eri. I just wanted to point out that she will need a lot of support. Taking a few deep breaths, Izuku softened. Sorry about that. I'm just very protective of the dysfunctional little family I've built. After their conversation, Izuku decided it was time to leave. He informed Stain and Dabi that he was going home before departing with his new child. Once he arrived at the apartment building, he realized he would need to discuss changing her name. He refused to call her a curse. She was not one. Her mother had simply been cruel. As he entered the common room, he saw Toga, Slime, Mustard, and Eri watching the news. They turned to him as he walked in. Good job helping out, Slime said. But why do you have a child with you? Thanks. She'll probably be my second child, Izuku replied. Now, Eri, come on. It's time to go home. I need to get everything sorted for your sister here. Using his light manipulation, he gently lifted the sleeping child off the sofa. Sorry guys. We'll talk more about this tomorrow once everyone is here and rested. As they left the apartment building, Izuku spoke to Eri. Sweetie, your sister has a sad story like you, so be nice to her, okay? Okay, Papa. What's her name? Eri asked. Well, I need to talk to her about changing her name because it's meant to be an insult, Izuku explained. Oh, why was she named something mean? Eri inquired. Because her mama was a bad woman and was angry at her for something that wasn't her fault at all. Once they arrived home, Izuku continued, Now, Eri, I'm going to sort out some new clothes for her, and then I'll make you both some food. Can I count on you to watch her while I'm not here? Leave it to me, Papa. I'll keep an eye on her to make sure everything is okay, Eri promised. Izuku chuckled and handed her the TV remote so she could watch something if she wanted. Halfway through cooking, Noroi woke up. Eri, excited, began chatting with her about simple things like her age and what she liked. Noroi responded to her questions, even though she was still confused about her situation. When the food was ready, Izuku called out, "Food is ready. You two come and eat while it's hot." Eri jumped up and headed to the kitchen, while Izuku picked up Noroi. "Mister, why am I here?" Noroi asked, still bewildered. "I can't leave a little one like you on her own. If you're okay with it, I want you to join Eri and me as part of our family. Is that something you would be willing to do?" As they reached the kitchen, Izuku reassured her, "Don't worry about that for now. It's time for you to eat. I bet you're very hungry." He set her down in a chair next to him. "Do you want my help eating, sweetie?" Still shocked by his earlier question, Noroi nodded absent-mindedly. After they finished eating, Izuku led them back to the living room. "Did you mean what you asked before? That you would be willing to take me as part of your family, really?" Noroi asked, her voice filled with hope. "Of course I mean it. You need someone to care about you and show you real love. So, are you willing to join my family?" Noroi nodded, and Izuku smiled, hugging her before asking a significant question. "Do you want me to heal your eyes?" Noroi looked shocked and hesitant. "Can you really heal my eyes?" "Of course, but I would only do so if you want me to." After a moment, she finally agreed. Izuku felt a surge of happiness and proceeded to heal her. Once he was done, he instructed her to keep the bandage on for a little while to help her body adjust. He then mentioned that she needed a bath and some new clothes. After cleaning her up and dressing her in fresh clothing, he prepared to remove the bandage covering her eyes. He did this in front of a mirror so she could see herself once it was off. "Open your eyes slowly so they can get used to the light. They're probably quite sensitive right now." As she opened her eyes, she first saw her reflection. After gazing at herself for a moment, she looked at Izuku and Eri, surprised to see that Izuku was younger than she had imagined and that Eri didn't resemble him at all. Noticing her gaze, Izuku chuckled. "Sweetie, I adopted Eri just like I'm doing with you. She was in a terrible place before I found her, and I've been helping and taking care of her, just like I want to do with you." Noroi then noticed some scars on Eri's arms. "Why do you keep calling me sweetie?" she asked. "I wanted to talk about this with you. I think we should change your name. I refuse to call you a curse. You are not a curse. Your mother was just a bad person who blamed you for something that wasn't your fault at all." Surprised, Noroi had never considered changing her name before. This was the first time someone had told her that her mother was in the wrong, not her. "What would you want to change my name to instead?" she asked, curious about his intentions. "How about Dory? It's French for gift of God. I believe you are just that, but your mother was unable to see what she truly had." Touched by the meaning behind his choice, Noroi agreed to the name. Once everything was settled, Izuku announced that it was time for bed.